What's up, everybody? It's the man again, aka the brother man. 50 grand, 100 grand. Coming back at you once again. Listen, we got a special show tonight. But it's one of those, maybe it could be a public awareness show, or it could be one of those hoes go wherever you're gonna go shows. Because we don't care about you. Either way it go, we got to talk about really what's going on out here in the world right now because we want everybody to be safe. That's right. Because, what is it? Contrary to popular opinion, no matter how much money we think we're making out here in this world, we are as a people, we are still not as safe as we possibly could be. That's right. We're not as safe as we think we are. And here's what's going on. Here's what's happening out here in the internet world. The sisters are being knocked off. Now, why is that important, fellas? Why is that important? It's because our dating pool, our mating pool of women are being taken away from us. If they're not being taken away from us by ratchetness, thoughtness, stragness, hagness, any other kind of ness in the world, our dating pool of available women to mate with, which is the ultimate goal to mate with, is being reduced, drastically reduced. And our sisters are flat out not listening. Not listening. They continue to do whatever it is that they want to do, and some people simply say they get what they deserve. They've earned it. Brother man, you can't make none of these sisters out here listen to you. You can't make them hear you. So if they get knocked off, they get knocked off. What are you going to do? Now, I may be reporting this late. I may be even talking about it late. You want to know why? It's because I kind of really focus on raising my daughter. And I talk about this because I do have a daughter. So I'm going to focus on raising my baby. Because, see, no matter what you can tell all of these folks out here in the world, they still going to do whatever the hell they want to do. And what are you going to do about it? What can you do about it? Not a damn thing. Especially when it comes to talking sense to dents. Especially when it comes to talking sense to dents. These girls are out here doing whatever the hell they want to do, and you can't make them stop. So, what's the latest that's been going on? These sisters have been getting knocked off by zaddies. That's right. They be on their phones, on Bumble, on Tinder, and on any other dating site looking for these white boys. And what have we been telling these sisters for years? You don't want to go over there? Oh, yes, I'm going to divest. Oh, yes. I'm going to go out, abort black babies, go be with white men. We've been telling y'all that. Now, brother may cheat on you. Brother may go out. Well, first of all, let's make something clear here. Okay? There's no cheating unless you're married. So that we got that clear. So that way we get that out the way. Hey, one. Grinder, what's going on? What's going on, homie? Hey, you can pull up at any time. I think the link is in the chat. So you can go ahead, but Grind is in the building. Grinder most definitely is in the building. And let me get this thing to popping, man. Let me get this thing to popping because we got some special guests that's coming on tonight. And we got some things that we want to cover. Okay. But we've been talking about these sisters. And hopefully we can talk about getting these sisters on track. Yo, Grinder, let me mod you up real quick, bro. All right. Hey, you should be good. Rinsed up there. So, yeah. So, you know, I know we like to laugh and we like to joke and we like to play. But some of this here ain't no laughing matter. Right? And that's right. We're going to pull out the list. We are damn sure going to pull out the list. Okay. Because when we're talking to you, and then the next thing you want to say out of your mouth, the black man don't want to protect the black woman. Well, when do you want that to happen? When do you want black men to protect black women? Let me guess. When you're trying to have a hotation. When you out here and you're trying to have sexual relations with guys all over the goddamn planet. Like black men are supposed to keep up with every single black woman while they out here fucking around. Y'all think that that's what we're supposed to do? Y'all think we're supposed to be the Clark Kents of y'all world, huh? In the age where there is known sex trafficking. In the age where they're knocking y'all sisters off, they picking y'all up while y'all just walking to the store. Or how about this? You tell your boyfriend that you're going from point A to point B, but then you're going to stop off to go see your boyfriend along the way, so you don't want him to know exactly where you're going. And then next thing you know, you wind up in an abandoned house or folded up in a garbage can. Is that how we're supposed to protect you when you're being dishonest? The world has a way of figuring this out. So we have some of the latest victims. And I don't even know if you can really call them victims. Because some will say they asked for it. They wanted it. And they lived the type of lifestyle that was dooming and gloom. Thought they was going to come up, and they fell short. So, with that being said, when we talk about black media, and I don't know if you can call us underground media, but when you talk about black media, and you talk about black people bringing awareness to black issues, that we are not bringing awareness. I believe that with these panels, I think that we're doing an awesome job. I think that we're doing a bang-up job, so much so that it's actually being suppressed by this whole YouTubian world. Because it's getting reported on. And do you think that these sisters are changing their actions? I think not. Because just like the OJ say, money, 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 money. And that's what's getting these sisters out here caught up. Well, sister, every dollar that you make come with a cost. Do some people gotta have it. Yeah, some people really need it. Listen to me now. Do things, do things, do things, bad things with that almighty dollar. What they say? The sisters will sell their precious bodies. That's what they doing. So let's get into it. I want to say shout out to the YouTubian world. There's going to be some clips that we're going to play this evening. We're going to fair use these joints. We're going to fair use these joints, and we're going to go right on here. We're going to get into it. And I'm going to start out here with the ladies first. This young lady here goes by the name of Crimson Cure. And I want you to hear what her perspective and what she got to say.
And let me give my perspective. So, one moment. Okay, Lawrence Smithfield's Bumble date says he's not the main focus of investigation and is fully cooperating. The older white man who went on a Bumble date with Lawrence Smithfields the night before the Black 23-year-old died has been fully cooperating with police and is not the main focus of investigation into her mysterious death, according to his attorney, Matthew LaFountain.
Now, if you notice something, right? He's not the main focus in a mysterious death. Ooh. Ooh. You see that? Anything of mystery, they're not even the main focus. That should tell you something right there.
37 was the last person to see Miss Smithfields alive before she was found dead in her apartment in Bridgeport, Connecticut on the morning of the 12th of December.
He was the last person to see her alive. He was the last person to see her alive. All right.
Police said it was him who called 911 to report that he had found her not breathing and with blood coming out of her right nostril. Mr. LaFountain has remained silent ever since, while Ms. Smithfield's family have demanded answers and questioned the police department's refusal to ever even consider him a person of interest. 6 weeks from her death, the medical examiner finally revealed on Monday that her cause of death was an overdose of a cocktail of drugs, including fentanyl, prescription medication.
Yo, they just had a segment like this that was on Blacklist. I kid you not. The guy had a concoction of drugs in his needle. went over to the girl's house, knocked her out, and before he gave her the cocktail of drugs, he called the police were on their way. The FBI, you know how they do all the HBO. And then while he sent them out there to go find whoever, oh yeah, the guy went that way. Until they figured it out and that he was the one going to go back in and drug the young lady.
And alcohol. The following day, Bridgeport police said that they were opening a criminal investigation into her death. Ms. Smithfield's family said the 23-year-old did not use drugs and have questioned how the lethal combination got into her system. Mr. LaFountain.
Exactly. So how that happened? We're going to show the young lady here in a little bit.
Is not charged with any crime and has not been named a person of interest in her death. His attorney, Peter Karianis, told News 12 that Mr. LaFountain had nothing to do with Miss Field's death and has cooperated fully with authorities from the start. I think it's the media that's made him the main focus of investigation. He did fully cooperate, and he's not the main focus of the investigation. How many times are they going to brainwash you say that?
Right.
Mr.
How many times are they going to do that?
Said he hopes the new criminal probe will get answers as to what happened to the 23-year-old Stanford High School graduate, and said the 37-year-old will continue to help authorities. We will continue to cooperate with authorities to help definitively determine what happened to Lauren on that evening. The DEA is involved now, and they will help local authorities investigate the matter and help get to the bottom of what happened to Lauren. Mr. Karianis said Mr. LaFountain wanted to express our sincerest condolences to Lauren Smithfield's family for this tragedy that took place. Right. And we want her family to find some peace after this heartbreak and loss. When reached for comment by the Independent, Mr.
Wait a second. Let's just back this up a half a second.
And we want her family to find some peace after this heartbreak and loss.
So I want you to see this drug kid who's been using fentanyl.
Family for this tragedy that took place. Right. And we want her family to find some peace after this heartbreak.
That's the drug head that they want y'all to believe has been using fentanyl. Her. A nice, healthy sister who's been using a concoction of drugs. Yeah, okay. Okay.
And loss. When reached for comment by the Independent, Mr. Karianis pointed to his statements to News 12 and said he had no further comments on the case. We have no further comments at this time. Darnell Crossland, the attorney for Miss Field's family, pushed back on the statement, telling the Independent his condolences brought no comfort to her family. He questioned why the 37-year-old had not come forward to voluntarily offer DNA samples and why he had been acting evasive since her death by changing his name on social media. The family feels that if this gentleman was the last person with their daughter before she died, he should have already called my office or had his lawyer call my office and express that he really wants to help us figure out what happened here. Also, he should voluntarily give a DNA swab so we can compare it to the condom and other items of value in the house, such as alcohol bottles. Mr. Crossland said Mr. LaFountain's story that he told police doesn't add up with the evidence inside the apartment where she died. He said in the police report that he slept with his clothes on and that they didn't have sex. Take a look in the bathroom and you see a condom still had DNA in it. It wasn't dried up. It doesn't add up. Mr. Crossland said as the last person to see Miss Smithfield alive, Mr. LaFountain should have been treated as a person of interest from the start. Police were called to Miss Field's apartment around 6:45 a.m. on the 12th of December by Mr. LaFountain, who said he had met her 3 days earlier on Bumble and had gone on a date with her the night before her death. The man told investigators he came to her apartment that night and that they were drinking a bottle of tequila together, according to the police report. He said she went to the bathroom to vomit at one point before they continued to drink, eat food, and watch a movie. The man told investigators she received a text at one point and briefly went outside, saying she was meeting her brother. When she returned, she went into the bathroom for around 15 minutes, the man told investigators. He said she fell asleep on the couch and he carried her to her bed, lying down and going to sleep next to her. The next morning, he said he woke to find Mrs. Mill wasn't breathing.
Interesting. Listen to that, y'all. Listen to that. He said she fell asleep on the couch. She went outside to see her brother. Then when she returned, she went to the bathroom for about 15 minutes. And then she came back in and fell asleep on the couch. I wonder what he gave her. Then said that I only came over to Netflix and chill. Yo, can't trust it.
And that she had blood coming from her right nostril, according to the report.
Wow.
He called 911 and officers arrived on the scene to find a 23-year-old lying on her back on the floor and that she did not appear to be breathing. So how'd she get from the bed to the floor? Anyway, she was pronounced dead at the scene and responding medics said she had been dead for at least an hour. The medical examiner released her cause of death on Monday as an acute intoxication from fentanyl combined with prescription medications, promethazine, and hydroxyzine, and alcohol. Her manner of death was ruled an accident. Bridgeport police announced the following day that its Narcotics and Vice Division was opening a criminal investigation with the help of U.S. DEA to determine the factors that led to her untimely death. Mr. Crossan said that the launch of the probe is an emblem of sunshine to Miss Smithfield's family after being left in the dark since her death. However, he said they fear they may have lost valuable evidence due to the 6-week lag in the investigation. The release of the autopsy and launch of the criminal probe came only after her family threatened to sue city and police officials over the alleged mishandling of the investigation into her.
See that? Black folk got to threaten to sue. We still got to do that. Equal protection under the law does not exist.
Death. Mr. Crossan announced on what would have been Mrs. Smith's 24th birthday on Sunday that they were filing a lawsuit for violating their civil rights and failing to properly investigate the mysterious circumstances surrounding her death. In a notice of claim found by Mr. Crossan and naming Bridgeport Mayor Joseph Ganim and Acting Police Chief Rebecca Garcia, among others, the family alleges that the Bridgeport Police Department failed to adequately collect physical evidence from the home as part of the probe, including a sedative pill, a used condom, the blood-stained bed sheet, and alcohol bottles. Officers also refused to consider Mr. LaFountain.
Wait, you see how they just glossed over that? A sedative pill. Wonder how she went to sleep just that quick. Let's rewind this just a tad bit.
Probe, including a sedative pill, a used condom, the blood-stained bed sheet, and alcohol bottles.
Sedative pill, used condom, blood-stained bed sheets, and an alcohol bottle. See, the more they talk, the more it's not so mysterious, especially when he was the only one in the room the whole night. The entire night, he was the only one there. And it's mysterious. Man, I'm kind of, you know what? I know why I didn't report on this. Because I knew it was going to be a bunch of bullshit anyway. See, and this is one thing that black folks, we got to do. We got to kind of laugh to, you know, to keep from crying.
Officers also refused to consider Mr. LaFountain a person of interest and have been racially insensitive to Ms. Field's family. They also allegedly failed to notify her family members of her death, leaving them to learn of her death when they showed up at her apartment concerned for the safety and saw a note on the door. One investigator allegedly described Ms. Field's date to the family as like a nice guy. Mr. Crossan told the Independent that if the races of Ms. Fields and Mr. LaFountain were reversed, the investigation would have gone down a very different route. The suspect was a...
Now take a look at this now. How many of these white boys been out here? Oh, he's a nice guy. Oh yeah, he's a nice guy. Oh man, hey, he helped us out with the investigation and everything. Oh, he helped us out with the investigation and everything. Oh, he helped us out with the investigation and everything. Oh, he helped us out with the investigation and everything. Oh, yeah, he's a nice guy. Oh, yeah, he's a nice guy. Oh, man. Hey, he helped us out with the investigation and everything. Oh, man. I don't think he has anything to hide. Okay.
The white male, and they say he seems like a nice guy, so off you go. The victim, a black female, and he dragged her out of the apartment and sent her to the ME's office and locked the door. He added it wouldn't be the case if this was a white girl who died in the home with a black, almost 40-year-old male. It just wouldn't happen in America in that scenario. Okay, so
Let us hear your
I had
perspective.
to go ahead and read the entire article to you. And this is why I titled this Black Women Will Never Be Gabby Petito. Gabby Petito was just recently, in last year, towards the end of last year, there was a huge manhunt and a huge case made over Gabby Petito's missing body. Her and her fiance had gone on a cross-country trek, and then he came back alone without Gabby, and her family was trying to figure out where was she, what had happened to their daughter. And this was down in Florida, and the local police there barely questioned that man, barely questioned him, even allowed him to get away from them and escape off until he had an untimely death in the woods where he was trying to camp and, do bushcraft and all this kind of stuff, trying to get away from the law and trying to get away from the responsibility of having to answer questions about Gabby Petito's whereabouts. When they found his belongings, he had written in like his journal that he had admitted and confessed to killing Gabby. And they ended up, I believe, finding Gabby's body. So the reason why, this is why I named it There'll Never Be Gabby Petito, because Gabby Petito, there was a huge news coverage, mainstream media coverage, social media coverage. Every time there was a break in the case, every time there was a new piece of information, every time, that there was a press conference or whatever, it was all over social media. It was all over the news. And even in that situation, her fiance was barely questioned, and he was allowed to escape the grasp of the law without having to take any accountability for the crime that he had committed. So what do you?
I can tell you one thing. I like her delivery. I like her coverage. I believe that she is doing a very good job explaining everything to you guys. She is actually covering this, especially about Gabby Petito. I know that because me and my man, Pastor $40, Pastor, he covered this extensively. Gabby Petito. I mean, he literally talked my ears off about this girl. All right. And she just summed it up, and she did a very good job at summing this up. All right. So shout out to the Crimson Cure. You did a great job at that.
What do you think y'all are going to do? What do you think y'all are going to do? Y'all can't run into the arms of ZADDY. And the reason why I'm saying run into the arms of ZADDY, for those of you who are possibly in two minds about what her state of mind was and all this type of stuff, this was a young lady, and it's unfortunate what happened to this young lady. What I'm about to say has no bearing on her death, or me feeling like she deserved it or anything like that. There's nothing like that I'm about to say. Her death was unfortunate, and I hope that they do get to the bottom of exactly what happened to her. However, I am going to share this little quick. Just this was a post she agreed with. Okay. This is her, January 29th of last year. This me AF. And what the statement of someone else that she agreed with said, when I started dating white men, just know I tried my hardest with you colors.
Okay, so I guess that she's saying this is me as fuck, right? And then she says, when I start dating white men, just know I tried my hardest with you colors. Damn. So what is she trying to say? That black men drove her to her death? Oh. There are so many options out here. So many options. And the deal is that there's nothing that you sisters can do that will actually drive me over to the other side of the fence. Nothing. I stick with the devils I know. I'm going to say that again. I stick with the devils I know. This is more of her, Stephen, starting to be unaccountable for her actions. She is blaming somebody else for her shortcoming, for her dealing. Hey, yo, got Lonzo in the building. Salute to you, sir. Oh, and I got my special guest coming up here. Hop on in there, cuzzo. Fade, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What the man? Can you hear me?
Well, we trying out, brother, man. But yeah, can you hear me? Are you there? Do you have the sound for me? I know. Okay, cuzzo, can you hear me? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kick you out, and then I want you to come back, and then we'll see how the audio is at that time. All right. While he's working out the audio differences, salute to my man Lonzo. Salute. Hey, if you guys got to check this brother out. He is A1, Lonzo Hall. He is A1 when it comes to life insurance. A1, the most thorough brother I have ever seen, the most knowledgeable brother I have ever known in relation to life insurance. Check my man out. Lonzo, hey, and all you guys, post your links in the chat to your YouTube channel. This is what I want you to do. You don't even have to ask. Anyone comes on this channel and you have a YouTube channel, post your link, drop your link. Do what you got to do to self-promote yourself on my channel. Listen, I am not like everyone else. I am not like everyone else. You can come over here and self-promote. Everybody got these rules because they want to be the big shot. Everybody want to be the big shot. Everybody want to be the big shot. Not here. Not here. Self-promote. Do what you got to do. Give me just a second. All right. Let's see. He says, what are you saying, bro? He said, I got the link for my text event up too. It's on my community tab. Yeah, hey, post whatever you got to post. Put whatever you got to put in the comment section. That's fine with me. Do what y'all got to do. All right? Because without you guys showing up, this channel wouldn't exist no way. So go right ahead. All right. But this is actually a sad comment. Right? Because, and as you can see, this other girl here, who is this? K Years, Webster. I wonder if she's doing okay. Right? back on topic. I wonder if she's doing fine. I wonder how she's doing.
Okay. So I just wanted to quickly show you that. Why did I show you that? To give you this young lady's mindset. This is why she was even with a white man to begin with. Okay? This is why she's even with this guy to begin with, right? And then they let this guy go because he's a nice guy. Okay? They left physical evidence in that apartment. They had absolutely no intent to investigate this as a potentially criminal case.
Now, here's the deal about girls. Here's the deal about girls. Latin Patriot, what's happening? Here's the deal about girls. Girls don't get to the point. In my mind, I'm thinking, get to your point. What's your point? Get to your point. Let's hear your perspective. Let's go. Okay? But no, she's not. So go ahead.
Where there would have been foul play. They didn't care if it was foul play or not. And that's what I mean. This is the other side of the finesse game. This is the other side of the divestment game that no one talks about. Okay? They didn't care what happened to that young lady. Drugs in her system didn't matter. Evidence in the home that they were supposed to take pictures. We've seen it. Take pictures, take that evidence, put it somewhere, put it, you know what I'm saying, mark it, make sure dust footprints, okay, get a DNA swab from that guy. He's automatically a person of interest. You were the last person to see her alive, and she's gone. And it doesn't seem like it, you know, she fell down the stairs or nothing. Okay, she's got something going on in her system. Did you give it to her? What happened here? Did you force it to her? What's going on? They never, ever, ever had any intention. And one of the reasons, this is partially due to the appearance value, whether it's stereotypical or not, of Black women. Black women, you are of little to no consequence in the eyes of the law / the institution that your ZADDY is in charge of.
Ooh. That's a hell of a statement right there. Black women, you are of little to no consequence till your white ZADDY / the institution that your white ZADDY is in charge of. Oh. Oh. So check this out. All of my moderators, y'all are called snipers. And y'all see them bots in the chat, snipe their ass. V, what's happening, bro? What's happening? I want to know if I got you with the mod. Yeah, I got you hooked up too. Right? Y'all see all of those bots? Snipe them. Do what y'all got to do. I need y'all to be on top of your game.
You are of little to zero consequence in that machine. You serve. This is the machine that you serve and that you so willingly want to be a part of. The same institution that you will readily throw Black men under the wheels of so he can get ground. You'll be grinded up too. Because ZADDY will turn around and throw you into the meat grinder because you are of little to no value to him after you've done your part to get rid of Black men in the way, whatever way, using the law of the land, the institutions in whatever way you can.
Alice, what's happening? All right. So if y'all listening to this, now, women of other colors, they know this. This is something new that sisters are going to have to learn because y'all seem to don't get it after a while. Y'all seem to don't get it. You're thinking you're valuable because you're sexy. That sexiness comes a dime a dozen. Actually, it comes a nickel a dozen. And you're thinking that you're valuable. Now, think about this for a second. This man was in a room with her from like 10 o'clock at night till 6 o'clock in the morning, and they're calling her death mysterious. Think about that for half a second. They're calling her death mysterious. From 10 p.m. till 6:45 when he made the call. And then they said, well, she only been dead for about an hour. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's see what y'all saying over here in the chat. How y'all doing? I'm doing good, Alice. How you doing? Latin. I did not see any bot, but when you see him, yeah. Go ahead. Just do what you gotta do. Is that single men? Is that single men? Hold on, V. I'm gonna get you up here. Okay. Is that single men?
Hello there.
Hold on a second, bro. Let me knock out the chat real quick. Pity for your thoughts. Only one, get yourself shortchanged. I don't get that. Hey, and if you got me on in the background, mute the YouTube because I can hear myself coming back in.
Okay, who is the nun?
What do you say now?
I asked who is the nun in the YouTube video.
She's not a nun. She's not a nun, but she goes by the name the Crimson Cure. That's what she goes by.
Okay, and she looks like you know what? Let's be serious. She's probably a Muslim.
Okay. Well, I don't think she's a
Anyway.
Muslim. I think that she's from the Nation of Islam. But go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah, it's no, just who is that lady and what the hell is and what's the story? The story with her?
Well, she goes by the like I said, she goes by the Crimson Cure. I don't know if you can see it like down here. I'll get rid of these comments. Let me knock these comments out first, so that way I don't get too far behind. Okay, so Alice, here's the deal, Alice. I don't know a lot about white people. The first thing that I would need to know is why your skin color is different than mine. And until I can figure that out, what makes you different? Okay. See, your group knows what makes us different than you. But my group doesn't know what makes you different than me.
I think you already said it.
Give me a second, bro. Give me a second. The obvious thing is...
Okay, sorry.
The obvious thing is our skin color. See, how can we have any relation or any relationship until we get to know each other? See, we're thinking that the perverted version of the world is, well, I know your parents, I know your family, I know, where you work at, I know your favorite color. We think that that's getting to know each other. It is not. Nature says that we need to know and identify the differences amongst each other before we start mating. And the fact of the matter is, we just don't. So why would I go off and get myself into that type of situation? See, it's one of those, you stick with the devils you know. Let's see, Latin, what's going on? Alice, you have any interest in joining the panel? Yeah, Alice, come on up. You can feel free to talk.
Yeah, come on, Alice.
Well, mine is light, and I am ginger, and it's inherited. We're all humans, just different features. Race has no genetic markers. Key is realize we are just men and women. Well, okay, we are just men and women. I would not disagree with you there. We're male and females, so I wouldn't disagree with you there. The issue here is this: you're not supposed to touch anything you know nothing about. Would you go out to the woods and touch poison ivy and you didn't know what it was? Shout out to the first person that ever touched poison ivy. Jamil, what's good? Let's see, we are 99.9% identical. Difference is chromosome
Poison ivy,
Y and XY. Get on up here, Alice. Let's chop it up.
You shouldn't touch other animals, period.
Hello.
Go ahead. Jamil X in the building.
I've been like doing research on genetics, right? You know how people be paying $100, $300 to get that DNA test? Well, they've been like ripping people off because I was gonna get a DNA test because like my grandfather, my great grandfather, and my great grandma both are native, right? And they say you have to have a blood test to get your, I guess, your status with the tribe.
They are they are Indians, you mean?
Native American. They're Cherokee. But like half of us came out real dark complected and the other half came out like me, redheaded.
Yeah, sorry.
Gingers, okay? So it's like when my grandma was growing up with her sister, which she looks full-blooded, but they're both half. She came out redheaded like me, and her sister came out looking like she just came off the reservation, okay? So everybody never thought they were family, but they are full-blooded sisters, and they have the same father, same mother, okay? So, like, I think that they've been ripping people off because, like, when you look, they finished the genome, you know, the human genome. They were trying to find the race gene, and they can't find it. There is no race marker. So what I'm thinking is because there is no genetic basis, it's a social construct, which it is a social construct. When we go to fill out applications, we check what we think we are. Like they'll ask you. They have to ask you. Now, when you think about origin,
Alice, I'm gonna slow you down for a second.
Okay.
What does your eyes tell you?
My eyes tell me that we're all men and women.
Okay, and
that's how I was brought up.
Wait, whoa. Your eyes tell you. Your eyes should tell you. Do you see different colors?
Yes, but my friend, he's colorblind, right?
Whoa. No, I'm asking you. Do you see different colors?
Yeah.
Do you see black people?
I see shades.
No, colors.
We're all brown, man. It's just different.
We're not. No, we're not.
Have you ever painted
After her, I want to ask you a question too.
Okay. Have you ever painted? Have you ever painted like portraits of people? What color do you use when you paint someone?
Well, obviously use a base color, but that's besides the question, Alice.
No, that's the way I look at it. I do portraits.
No, Alice. Do you see different colors of people?
Yeah, and they're all brown.
No, Alice. Yeah. How can you see different colors of brown people?
Because I paint.
No, Alice, I'm not talking about what you paint. I'm talking about out here in the world.
Because
Alice.
if you go
Alice.
by the
Alice.
color
Alice.
scheme,
Alice. Alice.
we're
I
all
don't play that.
brown,
Alice.
light
I
and
don't.
dark.
Not
We're
over here,
light brown.
Alice. Not over here, Alice.
What are you talking about?
We're gonna use some sense here, Alice.
Well, what's that? What doesn't make no sense about we're all brown? We're all
No,
people
we're
of
not
color.
all brown. We're all people of colors. There's
Yes.
white people. There's pink people. There's red people. There's
Well, in
brown people.
Africa,
There's black people.
Africa,
There's yellow people.
yellow.
Yes.
You
That's
forgot to say
jaundice.
the Jewish people, but never mind that.
That's jaundice.
Well,
if
oh,
somebody
okay,
is yellow, that's jaundice.
okay. So we know that there's even yellow people on this in this world that's sick. Okay. So
Yeah,
with
they have
that
a
being
yellow
said,
tint to their skin.
right. So with that being said, we're different colors. There's nothing wrong with that. The world has
So why
taught
is
us.
it an argument? What I don't understand is the animosity people have. Like, I think if we get back to the realization that we're all just one race, which is human,
No, we're
then
not just. No,
all
we're not just
the
one race.
problems, we're all
That's
of one
that's the
species.
problem. That's the problem.
In
Why
terms of
aren't
race,
we?
we are Homo sapiens, all of us.
Okay,
We're
so
all
let me break
humans.
this. So let me break this down to
We are
you.
all Homo sapiens.
Okay. So let me break this down to you, because here's part of the problem. And this is the reason why on this panel I believe that we can have these conversations so that you can have some food for thought. Okay? Now, think about who the information is disseminating from.
Yeah, it started in the 1600s when
No,
1735 when they made the race group.
I'm talking about the group that the information is coming from. They
It comes
are
from multiple ways, multiple places.
No, they are white men. And so what white men are doing is that they're trying to give us how we should think on this planet and the ways that we should think.
But let me ask you a question, okay?
Go ahead.
Like, an honest question. If they have proven there is no race gene, right? If they have proven it in the genome.
Who's proving it? Who's proving
the
it?
Scientists. When they did, they finished the human genome. Okay, let me find it.
No. Just tell me what color they are.
There is a name. There is a name.
Just tell me what color they are and the sex they are.
It was a group of them. They've been doing studies on human genome.
What colors and what sex?
There were men and women scientists that had studied the human genome.
Then what colors?
Of all colors.
How do we know that? Just tell me. Because
I've been researching it.
No, it's okay. That's fine. But
I'm just saying, I think that you might want to look into it. Is all. I mean, it's not that I'm not trying to be decisive. Okay, I'm just saying
that's fine.
There is scientific proof that we are all the same. Like, we're 99.9% identical.
Okay,
except for the chromosomes.
So Alice, here's what's happening. You have a group of people who have been giving us a lot of information over the years, right? And a lot of these guys have been quacks.
Yeah.
They may have come up with something, right? But in order to push a narrative, they want people to start coming up with they use science now to support their narrative. And this is science that you cannot fact check.
Okay, here's a fun fact. And when you find bones, right, you cannot tell what race that person is, but you can tell which sex it is. Like, every time they've had a cold case, right, they couldn't tell what the person's race was, but they could tell what sex they were, because that is the one thing that makes the difference in the bones and the structure of the bones is the way women were created and men are created. So,
I don't want to interrupt, but
to look at it
I must say, I must say there is a way to determine what is the skin color or the ethnicity in some degree of some, well, not
No.
through
Here's what
bones,
she's
but through
saying,
the
V.
DNA in bones.
But here's what she's
So,
saying. When you,
for example, from what I
V,
know,
V, are you
what?
listening? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you,
Yeah.
bro.
What she's saying is that when you first identify the bones, if you go out in the middle of nowhere and there's just bones, you can't determine the skin color.
Of course
Okay,
you
But you
can't.
can't determine the sex.
right, but you can't determine the sex.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Okay, all right. So
Okay.
let's keep our ears peeled. All right. So, but
Also,
with
if
that being
I'm
said, Alice, go ahead, V.
okay, I just want to say a few things. First of all, when you said white people told what you said exactly about white people, they said what? That they told
What do
you
you
how
mean? We said what?
to do stuff?
Well,
What?
they are the ones who disseminate the information. White men, because they
Who
have the
exact? When you
power.
say white people, who exactly you talking about? The Americans, the British, the French?
Understand what it is that I'm saying. See, okay, let me explain something.
Yeah.
We all have had a radio before, okay, and the radio is called or a radio or a stereo is called a stereo system. All right,
Okay.
and in the stereo system, every component has a part to play, but it's still part of a system. Now, each of these components in the stereo is an inanimate object, but they all have a part to play, and they know what parts that they have to play because they've been programmed to play their part. Whether or not they know
Okay, but
which part each other is playing, but they know that they have a part to play. Listen, V. So with that being said, what we have to understand is that when we say white men, we mean all white men. And you have a part to play. Whether or not your part is big or small, whether or not you know what other parts of the component is playing across the whole stereo system, you still are part of that system.
I look at it like this, okay? Systems
I don't
also
understand what
have
this system
produced.
exactly is doing, but in your I don't understand exactly what your system is exactly
Okay.
doing.
Well,
But
right now,
okay.
Look at what systems have been in place, okay? The system of separating people based on race, okay? That's another system. What
okay, so the
behaviors?
dominant
What
That
behaviors
is
system
has
not
right
it
now.
existing
produced?
in the Western no longer. That is in the
Okay,
West.
so
It's history.
the dominant system right now that is existing in the world is white supremacy racism. That's a system. It's an institution. It's identical
But
to a religion.
if that
Where
is
you have
true,
today
then
a white supremacist is an institution. This in Western countries doesn't exist anymore.
No,
At least
it's a
not
world.
in
It's
public.
still a worldwide system.
how
Okay,
is that
where? Give me
possible?
exactly. Give me example as a. Give me in what country you have it. For example,
All countries,
What about
so you think that
Africa?
even in Africa.
Even though the king is black and everybody else is black, that's white
Yes,
supremacy?
yes.
How?
Okay.
ow,
So,
come on.
so let me explain. The system of white supremacy is basically a system that is based on injustice. And it says that if you are a non-white person, you are eligible for mistreatment. That's basically
Where
what
did
it
you
says.
learn this?
Oh no,
That's a
it's
good question. Where the
observation.
hell did you learn that stuff?
Okay, it's observation.
No, I mean,
Observation.
like, where did you
So
get
you're
this
saying according to
information?
skin color, I have an advantage or non-advantages on other people? Come on.
Oh, yes.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Now think about this for a second, because this actually relates back to the video. They had this young lady.
She's
Was in the
Muslim, by the way.
No, not her.
Yeah,
The young lady that we're talking about here. The young lady that's the topic of the story. She was killed in her apartment.
So that woman was killed? Oh.
Not her, not the Muslim woman. Okay, the woman that she's talking about. She was killed in her apartment where she dated a white man. They went back to the apartment and she was drugged. They roughly got back to the apartment between 8 and 10 o'clock at night. And then from there, she started having all type of symptoms and ailments. And then she died. The only other person that was in the hotel in her apartment with her was a white man.
Okay, then he's the main suspect.
Then he should
wait
be
a
arrested.
second now. Wait a second now. They did not arrest him. They found a condom in the bathroom. They were drinking alcohol. The girl did not take any medicines or have any other prescription drugs. Okay. She had fentanyl in her system and a mixture of 2 other drugs and alcohol.
That fentanyl killed her.
Okay. Now, here's
So
the other
when
deal.
this stuff happened exactly?
A few days ago.
Okay, and
like
this
last
woman,
week.
if I may ask, she had an autopsy.
She was back 24 years old. Yeah, she had an
I
autopsy.
asked if after the death they did an autopsy on her
They
body
did an autopsy
to decide why she died.
And that's how they found out. Now,
It sounds like he's a serial killer.
Now, the police officer said, "Oh, well, he's a nice guy." Well, wait a second. He was the only person in the apartment with her from between 8 and 10 o'clock at night and 6:45 in the morning when he made the call. He was
Where's
the
the
only
girl's
person
mother
there.
Or father? Where's the girl's mother or father in this
Well, that's
situation?
it.
Like,
Because the girl's mother,
Where's the media?
girl's parents, well, because the girl's parents were actively involved. That's the only reason why. And then they had to threaten
involved.
that they were actively involved in bringing this to everyone's attention.
Oh,
Because
okay. So they weren't involved in the murder.
Okay.
No. So this is in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Exactly. Bridgeport, Connecticut. We all know about Bridgeport. If you don't know about Bridgeport, you better find out.
Well, they need to
in that
bring
case, I don't know what happened exactly there, and from what you're telling us, he should definitely is the main suspect, and he should spend the weekend in jail, the time in jail before, of course, get into a court. But if the police let him go, because like you claim he's have a European look, then the police is fucked up.
Well, see, and this is wait, hold on just real quick. Let's look at what Latin has to say. So the Men's Media Network, I would have to say you will have trouble growing your channel with this type of talking about this racist stuff. Whoever has me on in the background, you guys need to mute your YouTube. The deal is that yes, there is racial things that's happening. And that remark right there, it shows the type of situation that we're in.
I think
because let me finish.
Maybe
Alice.
what if that guy I'm thinking about this. What if that guy is friends with that cop?
No, the guy's not friends with the cop.
For him to say he's a nice guy.
Listen, for the entire fucking police force not to do their job. Here's the problem. If you talk about them, you're in trouble. You're not gonna be able to grow a YouTube channel. Big fucking deal. If you talk about them, you just might not survive. The issue is this. We know what these white men are out here doing. We know.
It's not just white men though.
No, understand
We've been
something.
having a rise
Somebody,
of cases
wait
in
a
my
second, Alice.
area.
See, this is what I be saying about pulling that bullshit
Okay.
over here on my channel. We all know that white men are the ones who have access to fentanyl.
The what?
That's not true, man.
Fentanyl. Who? What other
What
group
the
is
hell?
out there? What
Everywhere
other group? So
now.
do me a favor, Alice. Tell me what other group of guys is out there poisoning women with
Fentanyl comes
fentanyl.
from China. The stuff that is killing everybody is coming through our
I am
border. It's
talking
from
about
China.
here in America.
It comes from China.
What other group of men are out here poisoning women with fentanyl?
You want me
They've been
to
doing
give you
it
a story about
everywhere.
privilege? Buddy, you want me to
Hold on,
give you a story,
hold
a
on a
little
second.
story about privilege?
Hold on a second, Alice. Hold on a second. I'm trying.
Okay, let me give.
Alice. Hold on a
Okay,
second.
let me give you an
I'm trying,
example.
Alice.
Let me
No,
give you
hold
an
on, Alice.
example.
And then, okay,
I asked you a particular question. Please do not give me that bullshit. I'm
telling
always
you
going to
where
push back.
Okay.
So
Okay.
what other group of men? Tell me, are they Mexicans? Are they Jews? Are they black? Are they Chinese? Tell me, what other
Chinese
group of
are
men?
making it.
So
Let me
wait a
tell
second.
you. My
What other
cousin
group
works
of
for
men?
narcotics.
Okay,
Listen,
I'm listening.
my cousin works for narcotics. They have traced it back to China. It gets manufactured in China. It goes through South America, India, then it goes through South America, and then it makes its way to Mexico, and then it comes here. Okay, if we're going to talk about
That's not what I
fentanyl,
asked you. That is not what I asked you.
Oh, lovely.
Alice, what did I ask you, Alice?
I had a friend that just OD'd on fentanyl. It was given to him by a black guy in some weed. So it's
No,
not a
that
color
is not
issue.
what I asked you. That is not what I asked you. What did
Well, what
I
about
ask you,
Cardi
Alice?
B drugging
Alice,
drugging men,
Alice,
stealing their
please,
money?
Alice.
Okay.
What did I ask you?
You said white men. I don't see that as
is not.
proof.
No, that's not what I asked you. What did I ask you?
You said what men are drugging women?
What group of men are drugging
Sick
women
men.
with fentanyl?
Sick
And
ass
here it's the
men.
Bedouins.
Okay, Alice. With that being said, Alice, I might have to kick you.
Well, that's fine. Okay.
Because
If you want to make it a white
you
thing,
don't want
you're not looking at the big issue. The issue
Alice,
is this:
what you have to do is, and this is part of the problem. This
part of the problem is people are trying to blame one group and not looking at the behavior. People drugging other people is every color.
This is part of the problem. This is the reason why shit won't change. This is the reason why you have women out here that are being hurt. Of all groups are being hurt. Because the idea is to protect the ones who is supposed to claimingly to do the most shit for you, which is white men. These are bad men who are doing things that's hurting people, and then instead of looking at exactly who's fucking doing it and pointing the finger that way, no, you don't want to do that. You don't get to do that here. You don't get to do that here. Alice, I'm going to bring you back up, but you don't get to do that here. Just tell the truth and shame the devil. If you're not going to do that, then this is not the spot for you.
I want to tell you a story. Bro, I want to tell you something about privilege, okay? You hear me?
Uh-huh.
I want to tell you a little story about so-called privilege. Okay? A year ago, there was a case that you know what? I'll tell you even a more classic story. There was a case here of a year ago, not a year ago, even a few months ago, that two Bedouins got to rob a house and rape the little girl. And you know, until now, nobody knows how the two Bedouins look like.
Mm-hmm.
That's not privilege?
You said they molested a little girl, and what happened?
No, no, they raped her. They broke into the
Okay,
our
you can't
house.
say that on. You can't say that on.
Oh, sorry. They
YouTube.
okay. Sorry. They you know they. Sorry. They
Okay.
did. You know what? I'm not going to tell you in details. But in end of the day, nobody knows how they look like, and you know it's. And also the leader, the head of the village, when they
Okay, you're
when
You're
he
borging right
was
now.
asked
So
by
wait a second. You're borging right now. So just save your thought. Okay, save your thought until it works out. Then we'll try to see if it's working. Go ahead.
So my point is, you know, if where if that's if the my way of what I'm trying to say that you don't need you don't need to categorize a big group of people because of the skin color. You know, in general, to put groups in a lot of different groups because of the skin color, it sounds fucked up. For example, you know, there are Syrians that have a European look that can pass easily.
Okay. So V, hold your thought because
in Moroccan,
I
they
want
are different.
V,
To put them in
V,
category,
hold your
it's fucked
thought.
up with my
V, hold your thought because you're borging.
Yeah.
Okay. So we want to make sure that your connection works out so I can hear you. So let's just give it a moment. Okay. So let's get to some of these in the chat. Right now, here's the deal. The Men's Media Network. This is why she's going to unsubscribe, because your mind will stay narrow and you'll never progress. Here's the fucking problem. You had a white guy in the room with a black lady. And what he did in a span of 8 hours, he drugged a woman, had sex with her, and she died. This is not the first incident. And there's girls going missing every single day.
Okay.
And no one, give me a second, V. I'm going to mute your mic. And you got your fucking nerve to say something to me about a YouTuber unsubscribing? I didn't make the colors. And to think that I'm going to turn my head against one group of people out here making a shit bad for other men, especially taking advantage of women, especially taking advantage of women. There's a whole group of guys out there called incels, and their asses are about to explode because they are socially awkward when it comes to dealing with women. The majority of those men are white. And you think for half a second I give a shit about one YouTuber? They are not only doing this to white women, Latino women, black women, Asian women. They are doing this to all women. These are white men that are doing this shit. Maybe sprinkles of black men here and there. But for the most part, black men give a shit about families. We care about making our families. And any problems that we have and any killing that go on, it be eternal. There are tens of thousands of black women that go missing every day. Tens of thousands of black women that are being killed every day. I have seen personally white guys outfit white vans to pick up women and to chain them up in those goddamn utility vans. I've seen it myself. I've seen the scratches made by women on the inside of those fucking vans. And the guys are getting more and more sophisticated. They are picking the women up on Bumble and on Tinder, making it damn near impossible for people to be able to interact socially on something that should actually supposed to be for the benefit of society. And they are using it to stalk and to prey amongst you guys. And we are bringing awareness not only to the women, but especially to the black women. Because they are being lured by sex. And this pretty little girl probably didn't want to have sex with this guy. And he knew it. So he took it. And he probably didn't even mean to kill her. But he just did because she OD'd. So pardon me for giving a shit. But when it comes down to dealing with white men, I'm not afraid. Because I will call a spade a spade. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't see color. I'm not going to sit here and say all men are doing this. Because it's not. Drill down on the goddamn group so that way we can take care of it. Maybe you guys don't understand. Prisons were not built for black men in this country. They were actually built for white men. That's what prisons were built for. They just use us in order to finance them, in order to keep them alive and going. Turn on Investigate Discovery, and you will see who's actually doing all of this dumb shit. Oh yeah, they got channels forever. Fade Master, go ahead, man. Jump in here, man.
I just want to say to you before I leave that it's early in the morning. I
Hold
need
on
to
a
go to
second, V. We
sleep.
got
So
somebody new to the panel. We got somebody new to the panel. Hold on a second, V. Fade Master, can you hear us? Okay, go ahead, V. So we can go ahead and go ahead, brother.
yeah, I said that now. I said that now I need to go to sleep. I feel tired anyway. So
Well, go ahead and make your point. We can hear you just fine. Go ahead.
Good night.
Okay, so we lost V, but that's okay. V, my man, have a good night. Fade Massey, are you here? Can you hear us? If so, you got to unmute your mic.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right.
Finally.
So, I'm sorry.
I was having audio issues. How y'all doing? How the audience doing?
Yes, sir. The audience is doing A1. Hey, yo, we got perfect timing in the chat. 5.0, 5.0, 5.0. So here, ladies, I hear what you guys are saying in the chat, right? I hear what you guys are saying in the chat, but the deal is this: when it comes to issues with men, I realize that you guys are trying to protect your own group, but in order to solve some of the problems that we have, that you guys have, that men have with women, you got to tell the truth about who's doing what. Okay, so don't let your eyes fool you. Other than that, we as men, we're going to take care of it. Hey, what do you got to say about the Crimson Cure? I don't know if you was able to see the Crimson Cure, but we got Wacky that's pulling up as well. So Fade Massey, why don't you go and tell us, man, what you think about the Crimson Cure? What are your thoughts?
Oh man, I love that sister, man. She is awesome, phenomenal, much needed right now. Always on point. She cooks, and I like the fact she's ruthless as well. She's very unabashed. But yeah, I dig her with a little spoon.
Wacky in the building, man. What's going on, Wacky?
Yo, what's going on? Yo, what's popping? What's popping?
Hey, yo, man, we talking about the sister, man, who got hemmed up in Bridgeport, man, by the white boy in her apartment.
Yeah.
Like allegedly, but
allegedly. But check this out, though, Wack. Check this out, Wack. I didn't know this until Crimson covered it, but he was in an apartment, I think, between 8 and 10 o'clock at night to 6:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
He said she passed out on the couch. Go ahead.
And he told the police that her brother came during his stay, and the brother
now did that happen?
The brother said it didn't happen. Well, the brother said that when he came, or if he came, that his sister would know. At the time the guy was saying he came, it was incorrect. When he came, he said his sister was fine, and that was the last time he seen her. But I guess the suspect, the alleged, is saying that the brother came prior to death.
See, the thing is, the whole story's twist. The whole story, as far as what the dude is saying, the Caucasian guy, his name is Matthew LaFountain.
Okay, yeah.
His story is not adding up.
So let me back it up, right? Allegedly, I need to say this for YouTube world purposes. Allegedly, this is what he did. Allegedly.
But let me say this. Okay, Matthew LaFountain, the alleged suspect. Well, I don't know if he's a suspect yet. I might say a person of interest, right?
Right.
The thing is, his story's not adding up because he stated, this is what he told the police initially. He told the police that they was drinking, playing video games, watching movies, and what have you. And then he stated that the female, Lauren Smith Fields, fell asleep on the couch, and that he carried her to her bedroom.
Right.
And they both just fell asleep on the bed together.
Right.
I don't think he ever told the police of any sexual activity going on. Right. But when the when the mother and the brother of Lauren Smith Fields entered the apartment the day after, they found a used condom.
Right.
So it's like, did he but the thing is, like, when you read the articles of what Matthew LaFountain initially said, he never mentioned that they had intercourse. So there's details that he's leaving out.
Right.
So that's a cause for suspicion right there. When you're leaving out details, but yet there's clues that shows that something happened outside of details that you're giving to the police.
And which that, to me, I would want to jump in here and just say this real quick. Did they do some sort of great kit or something like that? You know what I'm saying? To see if they did have intercourse, because they would have known that, right? At the hospital or wherever she was at. They would have known that.
Excuse me. Someone, and I don't know if you could, excuse me, if you could use names on YouTube, but somebody did mention anal lesions in the report. Sorry.
Oh, they did?
But yeah, I did. If you go back and start to backtrack the story and find out some of the earlier people who reported on it, you would find that in the report.
Yeah.
There was a YouTuber that first broke it. I don't want to, put his name out there, but he is responsible for breaking that story. And he did a follow-up story, and when they did a police report, they mentioned that was in there. So the fact that the condom was in there, was in the trash, and it had DNA inside, and the police just botched that evidence, just looked over it because the family found all this stuff.
Yeah, the family found that. Yeah.
Yeah. And the police didn't even notify. The police failed to notify the family of the deceased. The family also found out that their daughter was dead through the landlord from a note on the door.
Which goes against, sorry to interrupt, which goes against police protocol, because according to Bridgeport Police, I know on one of my recent video, I put the link over there where it speaks about the certain protocols that Bridgeport Police had to follow. And when it comes to the notification of death, after Bridgeport Police, like most police officers, after they identify a dead body, then the closest fit relative to the deceased, and the police failed to do that.
Right.
So they failed to. Not only did they fail to give a thorough investigation from the very beginning, they also failed to notify the family of Lawrence Smith Fields dying. So this is right then and there, you already see police acting funny. Okay.
So check this out now, because the police acted funny when it's coming to this particular color guy, right? Now, I just kind of blew up at Alice, and I want to be fair, because Alice is she's the same color guy. She's the same color as the guy that's in question. So my question to Alice was, what colored men are out here using fentanyl to drug women? Can you guys maybe elaborate on that? What group of guys is out here using that type of drug? Is it black dudes? I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. I don't know who you get exactly pin that on, but here it is. You have a palm colored person that should be a person of interest, but he's not. And the police out there, the family stated, the police told them to stop calling, basically leave us alone. She dead. She was online streetwalker. So she basically got what she deserved. And that's the narrative.
Yeah, that's the narrative. I mean, but my thing is, where's the evidence of her being a online streetwalker? I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Because people are saying that, but I don't see any evidence of that.
Well, she got tweets about sugar daddies and all of, most of the people she follows social media wise are sugar baby influencers. How to get sugar daddies. So that right there is enough evidence for me. And prior to her death, she posted a picture of her with a big old smile with the caption, "After leaving her sugar daddy house."
Oh, that's what he said, after leaving her sugar daddy. Oh, okay. Well, hey, but
I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. she posted another tweet about how she tired of dating coloreds.
Yeah, she didn't post that tweet. She shared it. That was a tweet
Yeah,
that she
shared it,
shared
right?
from
Yeah.
someone else who posted it. But you know, now the thing is with the narrative, because people saying because of these things she deserves to die, right? That's the narrative that's going on. And the thing is that this is one of those cases where people in the space don't understand how to compartmentalize and separate certain things. Now, you know, her sharing that ignorant tweet talking about she don't date coloreds, I think that's something ignorant. But at the same time, I don't agree with what the police are doing, botching the investigation. So both are wrong. I can't sit there and say, no, I can't sit there and say that because, you know, she's into being a sugar baby or because she shared a tweet of an ignorant statement that she deserves to die. No, nobody deserves to die just because they say or done some ignorant shit. People still deserve
No, no,
justice.
no. So even if you minus the tweets, okay, and still we had this unfortunate event, the narrative was already there that when these women are doing what they're doing, they're not human. They're not people. You know, so when it's palm colored, they refer to them. When it's palm colored people dying in the news, they refer to them as people, humans. That woman. You know, when look at how they refer to Lauren Smith Field in the news. You know, they basically the very first time they showed her like in a bikini, basically showing flesh. And you know what that is. You know what that's insinuating. It's like, you know, like a one of those online chicks that's online selling it, for lack of a better word. And then when
Basically, she's sexualized. She's being sexualized in the media. Is that what you're saying?
exactly being sexualized in the media, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and she fit the description. So the narrative was already there.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, but for people in this space in the manosphere, you know, for them to actually go along with the narrative, that's what I'm arguing against. I'm arguing against what the people in these online spaces are saying as far as she deserved to die because she was dating a Caucasian
No,
guy and she was supposedly a prostitute, or you know she made that she shared that ignorant tweet. People in these online spaces are saying she deserves to die because she's a quote unquote sellout. And what I'm saying is that that's wrong to come to that conclusion. I mean, that's a lack
well,
of people. That's an example of people not being able to compartmentalize. Like you could disagree with certain things that someone says and does. That doesn't mean that just because someone says and does something you don't agree with that, they deserve to end up dead and police not performing due process when it comes to investigating that person's
but
death.
look at it like this, brother. This is serious. As we can see, it is life or death. So if you know that these palm colored people have a history of doing these things, and you know the lion got a history of eating meat, right? So and you go over there and play with the lion, and he on your arm. Are you gonna be shocked?
Yeah, but we're
You
talking about a
know?
lion here. We're not talking about a human being.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay. This human being roam the earth like a lion, looking for somebody to devour. That's what these people
okay,
do. They've been doing it
okay, but
all the history.
in today's world, so-called black people are killing people, Hispanics are killing people, Asians are killing people, as well as palm
But
colored people.
okay,
So it's like, so I can use that same logic and say, well, if I hang around a group of so-called black people and I end up dead, then I deserve what I get. You know what I'm saying? Because people of all races are killing people. I mean, in
right.
today's world, crime is
No,
universal. It
no,
transcends race. race, you know.
But the biggest perpetrator of crime against one person in this country is who? The palm colored people against the darker people, right? So
Well,
you mentioned this black on, but when people say this black on black crime, that's a recent phenomenon. That's within the last 40 to 50 years. Who been killing us for the last 600 since they encountered us? Who gonna keep killing us more than we could ever do on you know? These people can wipe out nations at once. They the biggest killers, and this is what they do.
So with that logic,
side with those prolific killers.
So with that logic, you're saying that Lauren Smith Fields deserved to die because she was dating a Caucasian guy.
I didn't say she deserved it. What I'm saying is you can't ice skate on thin ice and be surprised when you fall through the ice. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say she deserved it. I don't think nobody deserved to be murdered.
But you basically said when you said if you okay, but when you just said hold on, bro. When you just said, bro, hold on, bro. When you just said that if you walk on thin ice and you fall through, then don't be surprised by it. So you're basically saying that that someone deserves to fall through on thin ice once they walk on thin ice. You're basically saying that,
dude. If you go into a hazardous zone where there's markers where it says hazards and something happened to you, do you think you deserve it? Or you should just be exempt?
Well, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. You're saying that when Lauren Smith Field dated the Caucasian guy, that she was entering a hazardous zone, right? And you're saying that she deserved whichever consequence that she gets.
No, she's gonna suffer.
I mean, so like, let me jump in.
I'm not saying she deserved it. Hold up, time out. I'm not saying she deserved it, host. I'm just saying that she suffered the consequence, evidently.
So
at what point? So hold on a second, Wack. Hold on a second, fellas. So at what point are we? Because now it turns into an accountability question, right? And at what point should we be accountable for going over there fucking with the Lions? At what point should we be accountable for us walking out on thin ice? At what point should we be accountable for ourselves going over there into the hazardous zone, knowing that all the red flags are there? Right.
Thank you.
So shouldn't we be accountable for that?
You got an entire history to back you up.
Okay, so let me get this straight, because the point y'all making is really not making sense, because you're just basically saying because of the skin color of that one individual, then Lauren Smith Fields got what she got just due to the skin color of that one individual.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, it's not shocking. It's not a surprise. You know, if you out there in a prostitution type position and you come up missing, how else do you look at things?
I mean, yeah, especially
how do we know if that was
over and over again?
But how do we know if that specific incident was an example of prostitution? Because all we got from from the testimony, I would say testimony, but from this guy's story, Matthew LaFountain, that it was a date. Now we don't know if it was a date, meaning an actual a literal date, or if it was prostitution. We don't know.
But that's what hoes call it, a date.
Okay, but we don't. Once again, like I said, we don't know if it was a literal date or if it was a time of prostitution. We don't know.
Okay, so let me ask you.
We know she wasn't on the usher board either.
Okay, you don't have to be on the usher's board. Okay, what does that have? What does that have to do with? Hold on, let me say this. What does that have to do with the fact that her death deserved to be treated just as much as anyone's death.
Well, we're
That
gonna
the
get to that.
police,
We're
that
gonna
the
get to that
police
part.
has a responsibility to do their job and do a thorough investigation in regards to her death.
Wait, we're gonna get to that part, right? I got a question about this though. Let's back it up to the whole dating part. I got a question about this, fellas. This whole ZADDY thing, right? Isn't this about women using their body for sex as sexual instruments in order to land a whale? Because that's what a ZADDY is. He's a whale. He's well to do. He got the resources, right? Isn't that a form of prostitution? And is that what this young lady was doing? I'm just asking a question because I mean I really don't know.
From my observation, I would have to say so.
Well, I don't know because there's no evidence of that specific time where prostitution was going on.
No,
well,
I'm just asking you this whole ZADDY deal.
Check me out though. If you use the federal standard of preponderance of evidence, there's enough evidence there to say that's what she probably was doing. There's a high probability, more likely than not.
Okay,
and
what was the evidence?
If you use the state standard, if you use the state standard of evidence, you can use circumstantial evidence. She had cash in the house. She was in an online dating circles. She was doing following all the social influencers that tell you how to trick men, how to prostitute yourself. So, I mean, in a court of law, she'd be guilty.
Not in a court of law, that would not be that would not count as evidence of prostitution. Just because someone found cash in someone's house, that doesn't automatically mean that that person got the cash through prostitution. And just because someone follows, hold on for a minute. Just because someone supposedly follows social media influencers that says, hey, how to trick somebody for money, that is not evidence of Lawrence Smith Fields committing prostitution at that moment. That's
Man,
not
if
evidence.
you was a prosecutor and I was a public defender, I'd beat you all day in court. If you think that,
no, you wouldn't.
I'll report you in court.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. No, because you know why? Because the thing is, you would have to find evidence that an agreement between Lawrence Smith Fields and that Caucasian guy. Hold on for a minute. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You would have to find. Hold on. You interrupting. Let me finish. You would have to find evidence of an agreement being made that she chose, that both agree that she would exchange sexual favors for money. If you don't find evidence of that agreement, there's no proof of prostitution. But go ahead.
I'm in the state of California. All the prosecutor has to do, or an attorney, is paint a picture. The evidence will show. It's enough evidence to link her to that a reasonable person will believe that this, and that's how the police operate. That's why they investigating. That's why they lackadaisical with her investigation, because they know the court system. They know a reasonable person will believe that this upstanding white engineer, Matthew LaFontaine, would never, ever murder a young black prostitute. And then when they lean into prostitute, they can show you the people she followed, the stuff she interested in, the stuff she share and post. 12 jurors, 9 of them gonna be like, yeah, she was a hoe. She, he don't deserve that much time if they give him any. It'll go like that. But once someone an opposing attorney would say, well, there's no evidence of an agreement being made by the both of them that she would exchange sexual favors for money. All you're doing is speculate. No, hold on. Someone would say all you're doing is just creating speculation. That would destroy the whole thing. Like you could create a picture in court. You could create a picture in court. You could paint a picture in court as much as you want. But in court, it's not what you know. It's not what picture you create. It's what you can prove. So if you can't prove that ain't nothing. So what the jury gonna go back there and deliberate with is a bad image of this woman and a good image of this white man. and if it's 12 white jurors, guess what this white man going after the trial?
Yeah, I think he's going home.
It's Miller time.
No, first of all, okay, if there's going to be a criminal trial, the reason why he's going to get off, I do agree he's going to get off. Do you know why he's going to get off? Because
okay, there it is.
Because the evidence of him committing a murder, it's all, the evidence is fucking destroyed. Because it's been a month, over a month since she died, right? So a lot of the whole evidence as far as DNA, first of all, number one, her body's already decomposed. She died over a month ago. So it's hard to perform a little autopsy on a decomposed body, unless it's just still in the morgue and still frozen. But when it comes to the DNA around the apartment, it's already destroyed. So therefore, a lot of evidence is destroyed. That's how LaFountain would get off on a criminal trial, if they'll open a criminal trial against that, because a lot of evidence have been destroyed. So you don't even need to paint a picture of her being a prostitute with this and that. A lot of evidence have been destroyed, so he'll get off. But I'll tell you this though, the family.
But I'm telling you,
opened up. Hold on, the family opened up a civil suit against the city of Bridgeport. They're going to win the civil suit. So this guy, he's going to get off due to,
again, prostitution. They're going to get paid off their daughter.
No, that's not prostitution.
Ooh.
That's not. It's justice. It's justice. That's not prostitution, because it's justice because you know why? Because the police failed to do their job in conducting a thorough investigation in regards to her death. So as a result of police neglect, that's due to that, the family is going to win the civil suit.
But what does that do for Lawrence Smithfield? What's her name? What does that do for Lauren?
What does that do for Lauren? Of course, not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. It's just going to put money in the family member's pockets. I mean, of course she's not gonna come back from the dead. Well,
check this out, man. I got kids, and if God forbid, ain't no money gonna replace my child. Justice gonna come from that don't do nothing, man. I hear you, brother. I love you and everything, but that ain't justice.
Okay, to you it's not, but hey, I mean, if you win a civil suit, if you win, okay, but that's according to you. That's fine. That's how you feel. That's fine. But according,
the civil rights people,
hold on for a minute. If you take someone in a civil case, if you sue somebody on a civil case and you win, technically according to a court of law, that's justice in a court of law.
Man, listen. Justice is the Old Testament. An eye for an eye. An eye for an eye.
That's justice on a civil level. Okay.
Well, I'm
it's
into
not
frontier
justice on a criminal level. It may not be justice on a criminal level, but it is justice on a civil level.
Right. That's fine. You can't pay me for one of my children, G. So I'm into frontier justice. We'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
So okay. So basically what we're saying to our sisters is what? It's okay to keep going out here trying to get you a white zaddy?
If they want
or should there be a buyer beware sign? Or
no, if they want to
already know.
I mean,
no, let them keep going over there, because what failed to be mentioned is on the same day Lauren was killed, another black woman was killed by a white guy. So this is like a trend over there. And if the sisters want to keep running over there to the, playing with fire, then what we supposed to do? We supposed to step in front of that? You can't tell a black woman what to do. Never.
Okay, if we're going to use that logic, right? Understand that so-called black females get murdered by black males more than any other race. So if we're going to use that logic, if we're going to use that logic because he's a Caucasian guy and she has to beware of him, then we should likewise do the same to so-called black males, right?
Well, we do.
If she decides to date a black male, then beware, because if you date a black male, you're going to get killed. According
So
to
if he
your
a
logic.
pookie, if he out there shooting and killing and willing and dealing and stealing, it's a possibility. But if she dating on the college campus, that lessen the chance. But
Hell, brother.
damn near, listen, the CIA got a profile of single white males that kill, and these they be zaddies. They look just like zaddies.
A brother that's have a college degree could be a killer too. That's not going to
Okay.
a college degree. A brother on the college campus, that's not going to stop him being a killer.
Just real quick now. Remember his IG model a few months back?
Yeah.
She was killed by her white zaddy.
Hold up, bro. What's the brother name we talking to right now? Do she look like a on the usher board at the church? Not saying she deserves.
I don't know.
Not saying she deserves what happened to her. Do she look respectable?
Well, I don't know her, so I can't judge somebody being respectable just by
You
their
see her
looks.
though, don't you? Are you watching what I'm watching? You see her, right?
I'm seeing it. But
Okay,
respectable
so
is not a look. Respectable is an actual act. So
okay, when she walk in the room full of men, should we act like we respect her? Should we look away, or should we pay? Talk to me. I'll talk back.
Should we act like we respect her? Should we look away, or should we pay?
Okay, how you define respect?
What type of choices are those?
No, brother. So brother, leave me real quick. When she walk in a room full of men, a group of men, how should we respond? How should we react? What is your version of respect you would impress upon us?
What is the version of respect that's based on each individual? Each individual.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you to fill our heads.
Well, I'm not out to tell each individual how they should respond when they see this female, if they see this female walk in the room.
Okay, well, how you gonna respond? What you gonna do?
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do? Nothing. I'm not gonna pay any mind.
You ain't gonna look at that ass and them titties and try to read them tattoos.
I'm not gonna pay them. I'm not gonna pay any mind. If she walks in the public,
that's not very respectful. Did not even say hi. That's not very respectful.
By not paying people any mind. Okay.
She walked into a room full of men. You're not gonna greet her.
Like I said, I'm not gonna pay any mind.
Oh man, you're rude. So if I came in your
respectable, I'm not respectable. Okay, so based on that logic, I'm not the respectable one. I'm not the
so if she walked into your living room, like that.
First of all, if she would walk into my living room like that, that means that she would be my wife or my girlfriend. I'm not gonna let some random person walk into. I'm not gonna let some random.
Would you let your wife or your girlfriend dress like that? Would you let your wife or your girlfriend?
In private, yes. In private.
No, in public.
If she's in the privacy of my own home, hold on. If she's in the privacy of my own home, I don't mind her walking like that.
This dude moved the goalposts and boy,
I didn't move the goalposts. You asked me questions and I answered them straight up.
So what? So check this out, White.
I answered the question. Yeah.
So check this out, White. Would you have, because I'm trying to make all things being equal here, right? So all things being equal, do you think that this is good for your wife or your girlfriend to be posting this on Instagram?
Of course not.
Okay. And so based on what we're seeing here,
all that dancing, the whole
what type of female, just by observation, would you say, just by looking at this? So if you scrolling through your gram and you see this, and you would say what would come to your mind? What type of woman would you think this is?
You basically asking the same question the other guy asked, and I say, well, nothing. Oh, nothing, okay, man. Right, y'all keep asking me these questions, man. Nothing.
No.
Hey, man, he look at a half-naked bitch and go blank-minded. That's fine.
Because the first thing.
That's right. I go blank-minded. That's right. Hey, I keep asking me these damn questions. Get to the point.
No. I'm just saying because what I mean, I'm trying.
We trying to get to the point. You kept dodging it. We trying to ask you.
I'm not trying to get to a point. I'm just trying to ask you what go through your mind. Like my mom would go, my mom would straight say 304. That's what my mom will say, right?
Okay.
And so I was just trying to ascertain what your mind will say to see if we all, you know, because we all think different, right?
Yeah, well, I'm realistic, and it's hard to listen to somebody that's talking unrealistically. You know.
Okay, I'm talking unrealistically. Okay.
Man,
okay, but my thing is,
hey, yo, where my snipers at, man? With them bots, man, get them bots out of here. All right, go ahead.
Okay, but my thing is this. At the end of the day, the point is, okay, does she deserve to die? Does she deserve to die? Did she deserve to die? Because I'm looking at it says popular IG model Mercedes Moore dead, murdered by her sugar daddy. Did she deserve to die? She's sitting there posing on Instagram half naked and stuff like that. Does that mean she deserved to die just because she's posing half naked on Instagram?
But you're the only one saying she deserved to die. No, nobody. I just said nobody deserves to die, sir. Nobody deserves to die.
But your whole logic when you was talking about Lawrence Smith Fields revolve around her deserving to die because she does something that's led to her death. In this case, digging a Caucasian guy. And you made several analogies asserting to that point. Like if you hang around a lion and the lion bites your head off, you're basically saying that you deserve to get your head bit off by the lion.
Man, if you playing with fire, you're gonna get burned.
Okay, so basically
so what you saying is she should. You're saying she should
somebody deserves to get burned. So if she's okay, because she had a date with a Caucasian guy, she deserves to get killed. It's like she's going to get killed.
It don't have.
She's going to get killed. Okay.
No.
You said if you play with fire, you're going to get burned. So in other words, if she dates a Caucasian guy, she's going to get killed.
No, you're missing the point. The Caucasian guy is just like, you know, the fire is the line of work. That's what I'm talking about. The fire is the line of work because Mercedes got killed by a Hispanic guy.
But earlier before,
they was in the same line of work.
Okay, but we don't even know if she was in that same profession because we don't even know if there was an agreement between Lawrence Smith Fields and Matthew LaFountain agreeing to exchange sexual favors for money. We don't know that.
We don't know, but we apply common sense as human beings. We don't look at someone and just automatically not use judgment. That's what keeps us safe. Judgment. We look at the person and we judge. Common sense uses judgment.
Common sense is not to assume, go by what's proven.
So fellas, so what about the devil?
Wait, hold up. Let me find out who I'm talking to. So you telling me if 4 dudes pull up on you in a box Chevy and hop out with guns bigger than them, you gonna assume they candy stripers? Or you not gonna assume they're gonna give you harm, or you're not gonna use your judgment? You're just gonna be like, damn, them brothers, they look
okay. You just blank. If they pointing guns at me, that's evidence that they're trying to do harm to me. I don't need to assume anything. Someone points a gun at me.
So until they raise them and point them at you, that's when you're gonna decide to respond and use judgment
based on the evidence. All right.
So
you asked me.
So look at this. So check this out. What about dealing with only the devil you know?
Only the devil I know.
Right. So she obviously stepped outside of the realm because she was tired of dealing with Negroes, and so she decided to test the waters. And lo and behold, she went off into the deep, and there was sharks in that water.
Hold on. So what does his skin color have to do with that?
Why does this dude keep throwing in? you just making up stuff, man. You didn't say nothing about no skin color or deserves.
That's what you guys are alluding to, man.
Dude, if you just
did you hear what the man said? Did you hear what the man said? The man said that she was tired of dealing with Negroes, so she decided to test the waters and go outside of wherever she was used to. Basically, the man is pointing at she decided to date interracially.
Okay, interracial is like international, like, you know, Mexican, white. He didn't say no white person. It could have been Asian.
No, Mexican is not a race.
No, wait a second. In this instance,
or Spanish, or indigenous.
Wait, in this instance, she decided to go with a white boy. She said she was tired of black boys. She understood the Negroes. That was the devil she knew. But then she stepped out and she went to go fuck around with another devil. And look what happened. So what about sticking with the devils you know? Should we do that? Or are you saying just let these women, if they want to go out fucking with them other devils, let them go deal with that?
What about not dealing with the devil at all? You talking about sticking with the devil you know. What about not dealing with the devil at all?
Well, the devil meaning this. Dealing with the things
I know what
you're
talking about.
like. You already know your own kind of people. You already are familiar with the good and the bad of those kind of people. But it's obvious that the women are upset because of whatever bad that's coming along with the black men that she's meeting. Probably she can't get her way. Probably she can't get easy access to those men resources, just like she would be able to with a white guy. And she went over on the other side of the fence, and look what happened.
Man,
oh my God! So are you coming to that conclusion with Lawrence Smith Fields because she could not get her way and get resources from a black male, so she attempted to get resources from a Caucasian male? Why are we speculating this shit?
Well, just look at what she was doing though, right? She was stunting
because
I'm just coming from my zaddy house. Look at me. Right.
Yeah.
Well, was that the case?
That's what she wanted.
Was that
the black man?
Was that the case?
Well,
with her and that specific guy.
Well,
was that the case? Was it a case of her selling herself or exchanging sexual favors for money?
Well, hold on a second, because I'm not using that as the presumption. The presumption here is this: is that how she was flossing coming from her zaddy house. And the statement that she made prior to, I'm tired of y'all, right? And then look at how she was having a good time with his resources, putting his shit all out on the net, right? That's what she did. So that's a clear line of presumption that, wait a second, I'm tired of black men because they don't have this. Look at what I got. Look at what I'm able to do, right? And she was over there fucking around with something that she shouldn't have been fucking with, and she got what she got. Now, at what point are we going to say
she was fucking around with something that she shouldn't be fucking with? What is it about him that considers him something that she shouldn't be fucking with?
So check this out. How many
she let a stranger she met on the internet in her house
in her house that she only known for 3 days? A stranger.
Man.
She met him in her house. Okay, how many other black men do you know that she got killed by prior to this white man killing her?
Well, that question doesn't make any sense because it only takes one person to kill you. Because that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. So because hold on.
Question make all the sense in the world.
So his skin color, that guy's skin color, is the basis of why she shouldn't be messing with him, right? Why she shouldn't have messed with him.
Yes, it is. Let me tell you something. Well, yes, because who more likely to enslave people? What color person is more likely to enslave somebody? What color person is?
Well, it depends which part of the world you go to, because. In which part of the world? Because even in other parts, you got people of color enslaving people.
Yeah, I can't deal with this dude. I can't deal with
Okay, you can't deal with me. Cool.
all fucking facts. This
Okay,
is
so
gonna
check this out.
ignore every fucking historical fact you come with and
I'm
turn
not
it into.
ignoring every But what
Man,
this
I
okay, but
swear
what
to
does
God.
this have to do with slavery? What does it have to do with slavery?
No, it ain't got nothing to do with blank. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing blank, man. Nothing.
So
You
But
don't
what
check this
does
see
out,
okay,
nothing.
because Lawrence
Come on.
Smith Fields was not born a slave. She was never a slave in her 23
Okay,
years
it
of
ain't got
life.
nothing to do with slavery. You
Matthew
have
LaFountain was
concepts.
never a slave
You
master
wrap so
or
much around.
plantation owner
So check this
or
out.
slave
Listen to
overseer.
me.
You know
So
what I'm
if this
saying?
lady,
They were two American citizens.
fellas,
if this
hold
lady,
on.
They were
so
two
say if this
American
lady got
citizens.
killed.
I gotta mute you guys up. Say fellas. So Fade Massey, when you talk, you're going in and out. Okay. So when Wacky is trying to speak over, when you guys are speaking, you guys are going over and we can't hear what you guys are saying. Okay. So I guess we gotta do
Nah,
one
I'm
at
a
a time.
my mic because this dude don't.
See, that's the problem with these fake pro-blacks, man. They just add, black, white, slavery, this, slavery, that to every goddamn thing.
No, I apply history, and history will tell you
That's what I
every
just
time
said.
these white motherfuckers will kill black people with impunity. That's what I use. Logic, like you said, the logic I apply tells me that a white motherfucker will kill a black person and go home every time. I don't know where you from, wacky world. I see that's for real. You earned that nickname. I use logic, G. Ain't no pro-black nothing. You need to read history. These white motherfuckers kill people.
Let me jump in here, right? Let me jump in here,
Oh,
right?
let me respond. Let me respond. Hold on,
Okay, all right,
hold on.
go ahead,
Let me. Oh, thank you, the man. In today's world, in 2022, like Pastor $40 say, thank you, Pastor $40. So-called black people are killing each other more than any other race are killing us. Okay,
Oh
so
my
a
God,
so-called
man.
black female is more likely to die at their
Where did we
hands at
go
another.
from?
Hold on, can I speak?
Where
Can I
did we
finish
learn
speaking? Because
to
when you were speaking, I got quiet. Let me speak. In 2022, right, a so-called black female is more likely to die at the hands of another so-called black person. So if we're going to apply this person's logic, right? So once again, like I said before, we might as well say that so-called black females should not date so-called black males because being the fact that they are more likely to die at the hands of them. Come on now. You got
that's what
more
we
black
saying. They
males.
shouldn't date black males. They shouldn't. They should go over there. They should go over to them white men, the people who've been taking care of them for since we got over in this country. That's who they should go over there with and leave us to handle our business and build a nation. When we want to deal with them, we'll pay for it. We'll make them an offer.
Okay,
how
then
about
what's
that?
the problem? Then what's the problem? So now
It ain't
that
no
you say
problem.
that, what's the problem?
Sure.
No, because the whole time, y'all got a problem with her dating a Caucasian guy.
No, I don't have a problem with that. Any black woman that wants to get Caucasian, send them over there. I'm encouraging them to go. I wish more of them would go.
Well, I don't think at this point she even got a problem.
Exactly. More of them should go. Just like the other sisters in the same city, all those sisters should follow in their footsteps. That's what I'm saying.
That's a lie because you was giving all these analogies talking about if you go and mess with a lion will rip your head off. If you walk on thin ice, don't be surprised if you fall through the thin ice. And you talking about, these palm-colored people have been enslaving us for all these centuries and stuff like that. You were going, so basically what you was alluding to was the fact that because Matthew LaFountain was a Caucasian guy, and he represents hundreds and hundreds of years of enslaving black folk. Therefore, Lawrence Smith Fields got what she deserved for being with the black person. Thus, your logic is she shouldn't have dated interracially. So that's what I'm saying. If we're going to use that logic, we might as well say that black females shouldn't date black males also, because in the 21st century, black males are killing black females at a higher rate than Caucasian males killing black females.
So So, sir, what black person have you ever heard of that didn't go to prison for murder? Who didn't get investigated for murder? Only white people are exempt from murder investigations. Only white people get to kill with impunity. Only white people kill in this explained way. So if a black woman dated got killed, if Lawrence Spille got killed by a black person, he would be in jail already. Is what I'm saying.
Good point.
So
You missing a point.
You're saying white people get away with murder, but yet that white female cop in Minnesota that killed that brother is in prison for murder. And now the other white cop in Minnesota, the only white cop, which is the guy that killed the guy. Damn, what's the Derek Chauvin? Okay, Derek Chauvin, who killed George Floyd, he's serving time in prison for killing George Floyd.
So here's what I'm going to do.
You didn't even name a handful. All the dead black people that died by cop killing, you didn't even name a handful of police that paid a penalty.
But it still destroyed your logic, because you made a whole generalization saying that white people in general get away with murder.
Yo, Brian.
Hold on a second, fellas. I'm trying to hop in here. Now, I'm gonna use TV references. And I don't know if y'all seen this here particular TV show. Because, we want to talk about white people getting away with murder. White people had a whole TV show, several seasons of this TV show, Dexter fucking Morgan, getting away with killing people by drugging them first. By drugging them. No less with a drug similar to fentanyl. And you and I think everybody on the TV show, everybody on the panel, we know how white people talk across their mediums. And they basically say, you guys can use this, you'll get caught or something like that, but there's a chance you might get away. White folks back in the day, Hugh Hefner, they used to use roofies all the time, called them the leg spreaders. Drugging women all the time. Now, Hugh Hefner got away, but who did they send up Schitt's Creek without a paddle? But Bill Cosby.
Because he didn't drug prostitutes. Hugh Hefner was prostitute. You can drug prostitutes and get away with it.
Hold on a second, Wack. Not only did Hugh Hefner have a prescription, but several members of his staff had prescriptions as well. Right? You can take a look at it. They were talking about this on A&E's the secrets of Playboy. Right? So what do you got to say about that? What do we say about this? White boys around here drugging people still. And nobody's saying shit about it.
Okay, I think you're missing my point, because what the brother in the red shirt, what he was saying, he basically made a blatant statement saying that the white race gets away with murdering people. I'm like, well, and my response was like, not necessarily. And Alice in the comment section, she's disproving his claim, because what about the three Caucasian guys that's in jail for life for killing Ahmaud Arbery?
Dude, 3 people versus 6
what about the sum of Sam? What about Charles Manson? I put more than 3 people. I stated more than 3 people. I stated more than 3 people, but those are examples. Once again, you made a blatant statement saying that Caucasian.
You ever seen this book?
You made a blatant statement saying that Caucasian.
This is a photograph history of lynching.
Murder. So
this is a book.
Hold on. You say Caucasian people get away with murder, and I just named Caucasian people who did not get away with murder.
fucking
You know what I'm saying?
idiot.
There's the
Right
emotions.
here. A book
There's
of
the
fucking
emotions.
dude.
There's the
Of
emotions. There's the
lynching.
emotional pro-black dude. There's the emotional pro-black.
One at
It's
a
funny as
time.
hell.
One at a
Shut
time,
your
fellas.
bitch
One at a
ass
time.
up. You faggot ass fan.
This
Shut
dude
the
is
fuck
funny
up.
as hell, dog.
Talking about some emotions.
Hold on, fellas. One at a time again. Okay, one at a time again. Because we want the audience to be able to hear.
Man, where the fuck you find this dumbass nigga at, man? Please
Hey,
tell me
But
what
I'm
is nigga.
proving you the dumbass nigga.
Oh,
I'm proving you the
dumb
dumbass
nigga.
nigga.
Stupid motherfucker. This nigga dumb as fuck.
Hey, yo, this is the reason why we take a time out. We just need a time
Man, look
out
here.
again.
Look here. You can time me out. I don't want to be on this show. This a whole photograph history of lynchings right here. Every
Okay,
white
well,
person
then-
in this book got away with it. When have black
show us the book. So show us the book. So Faye, show us the book.
Look at this.
Okay. We don't take fun of the book.
Sanctuary.
Okay.
You see them white people? You see them white people that got away with murder? Opposed to them three people you just named? That's more than three people that got away with murder.
This
Do you
dude's
see that?
emotional as hell. He's emotional as hell.
Wait. So why?
You goddamn right. No, that's passion. That's passion for
Why
my
you
black
hold
people.
on, the man?
That's
Why you
passion
keep
for the
muting me
truth.
and you not muting him and he's doing that's being disruptive?
Wait. Well, first of all,
Me too. I unmute myself.
Hold on a second, fellas. Hold on a second. Why? We have to let him talk because his mic goes in and out, so we can't hear him. So we don't.
Hey, I'm gonna just sit here.
Okay, but
okay. So
I
I'm
get that.
I'm not timing you out. So why? So you gotta respond because I don't see pro-blackness here. I see white people lynching black people.
okay, before I respond to that, I want to respond to what you previously said that in regards to I gotta let him talk. The fact of the matter is he was interrupting me.
Okay, all right.
Understand that I was speaking, he was interrupting me.
All right, so he's off the couch. Go ahead, fire away.
So I wanna know what point is he trying to prove showing a book of Caucasians lynching so-called black people, because I never denied the fact that there were lynchings that exist. That's public record. I'm not denying the fact that there have been Caucasians that have gotten away with murder. But once again, I said this all along. Can I speak? Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak.
Hundreds of white people witnessed lynching.
Yo, hold on. Why you keep interrupting, man? Control yourself, dude. You know,
man, you sound dumb.
Yo, control yourself. No, you the dumb one. Nigga, you the dumb one. Fuck you. Shit.
We can't hear you.
Fuck you.
Okay.
Bitch ass nigga.
Well, fuck that bitch that made you too, hoe ass nigga. Fuck you.
Sophistication, fellas. Respect, fellas. All right. Now we both know.
But that nigga keep disrespecting me, dog. So now when I disrespect him back, now I'm being you.
Both fellas.
I lost respect. I don't respect this idiot. Fuck him.
I don't give a fuck. Why you still here for? Fuck you.
Fellas, on the panel, respect each other's opinions, respect each other's views, no matter how fucking dumb you think it is. Take it easy. Take a fucking breather. It's okay. We're all black males still on this panel. We just have different views. Believe me, I have way more different views than other guys that be on these panels. And I got to listen to it. I listen to it and I respect them because they have a different way of viewing the world. So let's show each other that same respect and have a nice, sophisticated conversation. All right? We cannot talk over each other because Faye Massey's his microphone goes in and out. So we're going to work on the internet connection. But Wack and Faye, let's keep it civil. All right, fellas, we back.
But like I said, I'm a grown ass man. If someone just disagrees, just disagree. Don't insult me. You know what I'm saying?
All right,
because
so
I could insult and roast with the best of them.
So let's keep it at let's keep it at that, and let's keep it moving. So what Fabe is trying to say is that to me, he's trying to say over all of this history of injustice, right? We're going to use this small period of time and call it justice for the, call it justice or makeup or whatever the case may be, as if this is actually going to be sufficient. That's what I'm gathering that he's saying, right? What do you got to say about it?
No, what I've gotten, once again, this is the third time. I'm going to repeat this. This is the third time when it comes to what I'm about to say. He stated that Caucasian people gets away with murder.
Well,
so I gave him examples. Hold on. Can I finish speaking?
Okay.
Thank you, brother. So I gave him examples of Caucasian people who did not get away with murder. So when he said that Caucasian people get away with murder, how I perceive it is that he's making a statement upon the entire race of Caucasians, and that the entire race get away with murder. I'm just responding by saying, hold on, there have been Caucasians that got away with murder. I've listed some names. People in the chat listed some names. That's all I'm saying. So because I'm saying that, I'm not negating the fact that there have been Caucasians in the past that have gotten away with murder. Okay, can we all agree that there have been Caucasians that have gotten away with murder, but at the same time, there have been Caucasians who have not gotten away with murder? Hell, you could say the same with so-called black people. You got motherfuckers that be sitting there.
So we're talking about the rules, not the exceptions. And you know that white folks is gonna give up some white people because it becomes blatantly obvious.
Well, right? I don't know. Well, if you want to call that the exceptions to the rules or the rules, okay. But my thing is what he said. Once again, his statement that he made earlier when he said Caucasians have a past to commit murder. He's saying that that the race as a whole can do that.
But just think about this.
That's not true.
But just think about this. So just think about this in relation to the police investigation. Now, anytime you in somebody's apartment with them for 8 hours, 9 hours, and you not even be remotely considered a suspect, they said he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. Let him go home.
What did I just say? I said that there have been Caucasians that have gotten away with murder, but at the same time, there have been Caucasians that have not gotten away with murder. Yeah, my issue with him. Hold on. Can you listen? Yo, dude.
Yeah, bro.
Come on,
bro. Go ahead.
Once again, this is I think the fourth or the fifth time of me saying that. Faith, that's his name. Faith, is that his name? Faith. Fade. He said that the race as a whole, the Caucasian race as a whole, have a past to commit murder. That's what he said. I'm going against that statement. I'm saying that no, the race as a whole have not gotten away with murder. There have been people within that race that have gotten away with murder. Likewise, there have been people within the race that have not gotten away with murder. The same goes for so-called black people. And like Pastor said, OJ, come on now. You got niggas from the hood that done shoot up other niggas and shit like that and got away with it in court of law.
Like, we agree with you. We agree with you on that. We agree with you on that, right? But would you say, because see, I'm seeing the same thing. I'm seeing the same thing that everybody else is seeing on the panel. And I see it both ways, right? But here's what I am seeing predominantly, right? And we're seeing basically what we're seeing here is white people that is in like law enforcement, that has something to do with law enforcement.
Hold on, Chuck. Let me tell you. Look at all these white folks that got away with murder. Can you see this picture? You see the man on that tree?
Yeah, you got to back it up, but yeah, we can see it.
You see that picture?
Yeah, it's
that's a public lynching. Right. Yeah, that's a public lynching. All those people witnessed murder. All those white people witnessed murder. The people who even strung the black man up on the tree didn't get prosecuted, arrested, none of that. When have you known black people to ever have that type of exemption?
Well, who the hell murdered Tupac? Because nobody's in jail for the murder of Tupac. So they basically got an exception for the murder of a black man.
When see this dude like, hey, when have we ever had that exemption? When have black people ever had, answer that question? Have we ever had that exemption?
Yes. And I just gave an example. In 1996, the people that shot Tupac Shakur, black people, they never went to prison for that shit.
No,
you got a 60-year-old. Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me. Can I finish? Can I finish? All right. Can I finish? You got this whole 60-year-old dude by the name of Keefe D, aka Keith Davis, who's the uncle of Orlando Anderson, so-called black guy, who talks about how he was in the car watching his nephew pull the trigger on Tupac, who's sitting there talking about how him and his nephew and a few people plotted the murder of Tupac. These are black people that got away with the murder of another black person.
Right, but what we're talking about here,
he keep talking about 1, 2, 3 people. This the whole white race right here, killing black people.
Ask a question.
You said they ain't never had no kill Tupac and Biggie law. They got an anti-lynching law.
You asked when have black people have received that exemption, and I gave you an example of that.
The exemption meaning it's okay for black people to kill white people with impunity like they had. That's the exemption I think that he's talking about.
Well, he should have been specific. He should have been specific.
You got to be a kindergartner with this.
So with that one, Wack, when have black people ever had the exemption to kill whites with impunity and get away with it?
Well, I'll say 1994 when OJ got the pass, when he allegedly killed 2 white people, right?
No, I think he's talking about as a group. But
he don't know
as a group.
Keep coming up with one.
Okay, but
as far as his brain reach, that's as far as he go back. Man, why did you talk? Dude, can we talk about something else?
Thank you, Pastor, in the comment section. Ray Lewis.
They want to bring up one person when the whole United States wiped out a whole race of people and put them on reservations.
The kills of Nipsey Hussle, black people.
Keep talking about
they not doing any time. The kills of the Notorious B.I.G. Black people got no time. You know what I'm saying? One person. We talking about a whole fucking police force, the whole FBI that killed Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, a whole force of people, as opposed to 1 or 2 black killers. There's black FBI people also. There's people in the FBI who's black also. Look at the guy. Hold on. Look at the agent. Look at the agent responsible. Look at the agent responsible for the death of Fred Hampton.
This nigga got me beside myself. I thought he was.
It was a black dude. It was a black dude. Yo, you see the man. You see he keep interrupting me. You not telling him nothing.
Well. The thing is, at some point, I'm just going to kind of let you guys roll, but you guys got to keep in mind is the whole volume thing, right? Let's keep it simple.
I mean, but he keeps interrupting me, so the volume thing is going to be an issue if he keeps interrupting me.
They're going to cancel your show and keep this dude on there.
But my thing is this: there was a black FBI agent, right? Okay. That was responsible for getting Fred Hampton killed. Okay, and if we're talking about police force, right? In New York City,
it was all white cops. It was all white cops that came in and killed him by the direction of Mayor Daley. It was his.
But it was a black FBI informant, right? That let the cops know the whereabouts of Fred Hampton so the cops can kill him. So this black FBI informant,
he keep making it about the black man. No matter how many facts you get this bitch ass nigga, he keep making it about the black man. It's the one black. He like a little bitch.
You see how he keep interrupting? Yo, he's so emotional, dog.
Gotta put you in the back, man. You gotta respect the brothers, no matter what their opinion is. I understand that how you may feel. Okay, and maybe we'll probably get off the topic and probably go back around to the topic. But Wacky, you gotta understand something.
This nigga's a bitch.
You gotta understand something, Wacky. What he's trying to say is, look at all things being equal and reverse it. right? Reverse it. And can you actually reverse? Can you actually reverse the two and then see how it would and see the reason why we can have the problems, right? This man was in the apartment with this woman for 9 hours. And the goddamn police didn't even bother to even check the trash can in the bathroom. They collected no evidence. They didn't even call the goddamn parents of the girl and say, hey, look, sorry to say your daughter's passed away. She was in this, and we're going to do an investigation. They did none of that. And he's saying, well, where in the hell is our past? Did you not see any value in black life in America? Right? What about your wife, your daughter, my wife? What about that? What about our families? But if it was a brother that was in that apartment, let a sister stub her toe, and the neighbors hear her ass saying, ouch, that brother's going to jail that night. They let this guy go as a white man. They let his ass depart. Oh, yeah, he seemed like a nice guy. Thank you very much. This is Bridgeport, fucking Connecticut.
Hold up, Chop. You already know. If they'd pulled up for a black man, it's damn near 100% chance he don't make it out alive. He gonna be shot unarmed. They just killed the brother who the wife was stabbing him. His girlfriend was stabbing him, and he called the police. They pulled up and shot him. So you're not finna tell me that we get some type of immunity when it come to killing mass and on whole. He keep naming these one or two black people, one black. He sounds like that's what black women do. They always point, you tell them something about mass incarceration. Well, it's the one black man. It was the one FBI agent against the whole FBI is predominantly white. And all he could point out is one black agent that was involved. Come on, man, this dude is delusional, like a woman. I hate to come beside myself, but this type of stuff right here, like, man,
stop you right
there. Hold on, but the thing is, I was going to name some more people, but y'all kept interrupting me.
Okay, say what now?
I said I was going to, in response to his statement, I was going to name more people, more so-called black people. Y'all keep interrupting me.
But you can't name thousands, though, is what I'm saying. We don't have time for you to name thousands of black people who kill white people with impunity. We don't even have time for you to name thousands of black people who kill other black people and get away with it.
But the thing is, your statement was that the Caucasian race gets away with murder, and even if I name one Caucasian that didn't get away with murder, that disproves your point. But that's not every single Caucasian. Like that does not represent the entire race.
I'm beating your point right here.
That does not represent the entire Caucasian race, though.
You mean this went on for 100 years? No one ever was prosecuted for
that does not represent the entire Caucasian race, though.
Dude, 100 years.
Once again,
black people in America.
Once again, you said the Caucasians as a race gets away with murder, and when
100 years of lynching black people here in America.
But that's not the entire Caucasian race that has done that.
Oh man, yeah, you live next to a nuclear power plant. Straight up. This nigga brain is fried for real. It don't even make no sense for us to even talk no more, dude. You just unintelligent. Because black people ain't never. Yes, because black people ain't never been able to kill a whole race of people for 100 years. Not even 10 years. Not even 10 months. Not even 10 minutes. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, Caucasians didn't kill a whole race of black people in those 100 years. They killed black people, but they did not kill a whole race.
They killed the Indians. They killed the Indians. They killed the indigenous
they,
people.
yeah, they killed Indians, but Indians are still alive. They're still here. They didn't kill the whole race though.
But they still alive. They killed them, but
they killed Indians. You're right. They killed Indians, but they didn't kill a whole race.
You know what? Dude, you is
do you know what it means when someone kill a whole race? Do you know what it means?
Man, talk to me, man.
When someone kill a whole race, hold on. Let me speak. When someone kill a whole race, what you're saying is that every single person within that genetic subgroup has died. Caucasians have not been successful in killing every single person from a single genetic subgroup. They killed a lot.
Not from lack of trying, though. Not from lack of trying. It ain't like they ain't been trying to.
But the thing, they haven't though. They haven't
always
succeeded in killing the entire race.
Always, but
so
haven't they been?
So when you say they killed the whole race, they haven't killed the whole race.
Haven't they been trying? So what race of people have black people been trying to kill?
Now look at who's moving the goalpost, because I'm just saying that I'm just responding to your statement, talking about they killed the whole race of people.
Dude, I ain't even made no statement.
Nobody have been successful in killing an entire race. Now, people have been successful in killing a lot of people from a specific race. So we could say that Caucasians have killed a lot of so-called black people.
Did the white people reduce the population of indigenous people? Did they reduce them since they didn't kill an entire race?
Yeah, they did, but they didn't kill a whole race.
So when has black people had the ability to reduce a race of people?
Oh, right now, when they reduce their own race of people. Right now, black people are reducing their own race of people into which is sad. I shouldn't be laughing at that, because that's actually sad. Because once again, black people are more likely to die at the hands of another black person. So we're doing that now.
Oh man, this right here.
So what you're trying to say is that we've been allowing to kill ourselves without impunity. So I'm trying to understand why. Make the connection for me. Make the connection for me. Because when
Pookie killed Ray, Pookie go to jail. When white people kill Ray and Pookie, they go home.
But what about the McMichaels?
Well, what about
the McMichaels that killed Ahmaud Arbery?
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, though, I think those guys had something to do with law enforcement as well. So I think that if it
wasn't on video, they would have got away with it.
First of all, I think it's about law enforcement being able to the government going after blacks. See, and I think that's the most important thing. They don't want government officials going after blacks, because then it becomes a cost of doing business, right? And the cost is actually going up. Why? Because one of the things that Mayor Daley did in Chicago, since the time he was the prosecutor all the way through he was the mayor, what did he do? Have every black man out there in Chicago hemmed them up and sign bogus confessions, to the tune to where there's people that's locked up right now, black men that's locked up, that's waiting to get out. They just in prison. They're not going to let them out because then I have to pay them.
My brother is one of them.
So with that being said, black men are innocently still sitting in prison. They won't let them go because they'll have to pay them, right? So what we have is that we got white people that's able to do this type of shit with impunity, and then you're trying to say, well, black people is able to kill each other with impunity, but who's putting them up to the shit? Who's creating the ghettos? Who's creating the poor economic situations? Who's creating that shit?
But that's moving the goalposts. I'm just answering the question. I just answered the question. That's just moving the goalposts. I mean,
hold on.
Okay. All right.
We talking about black people killing black people, as opposed to when was slavery put into effect? In 1623. 1623. Black people wasn't killing each other back then. It wasn't no black on black crime. It was white folks killing black folks. And then during Reconstruction, where was black on black crime in the tabloids? It wasn't none. We was building cities. We was reconstructed. So what I'm saying is, white people have had longer to kill black people with impunity than black people have had, the ability to kill each other. Because black people only have the ability to kill each other because that's 2 for 1. You got a dead nigga and you got one going to prison. Because white people don't go to prison, as we can see with Lauren Smith Field. Keep messing her name up, and that's the lack of like you said. That's the government going in on black folks because the county officials, the government officials, ain't doing nothing for her out there.
So let me ask the pastor real quick. So let me ask the pastor real quick about Dylan Ruth, right? Dylan Ruth actually was a terrorist. He committed a terrorist attack. Okay,
he martyred.
They call it domestic terrorism, right? In fact, they just had me and Rogish did a show. They just had a guy that was out here in Texas over there at the what do you call them? The synagogue out there in Fort Worth, damn near, right? And he was actually a gunman without a gun that committed a domestic terrorist attack, and the police went in and killed him, right?
But why don't you ask Pastor about the Kyle Rittenhouse?
But Dylan Roof, when he committed domestic terrorism, it consisted of him killing people, and he didn't get away with it. He went straight to prison. So, not every single Caucasian get away with killing people. But with that being said, I got to bounce, man. Y'all have a good night. It was great chatting with y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Wack, man. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Wacky is on the Men's Network, on the Men's Media Network. Hey, yo, Wack, I appreciate you 110%, bro, for stopping by. Stop by anytime.
All right.
Any parting shots before you get out of here?
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. My final thoughts, man, is, that fake pro-black shit is played out in 2022, man. And I don't have a problem with people being true pro-blacks, but sitting there, just being all emotional. We grown men and guys want to be emotional just because we don't agree with each other's comments. We got to stop doing that, man. We got to stop doing that. But other than that, this dude, look at this dude. You on mute, dummy. You on mute, you idiot. But anyhow, y'all have a good night.
You can read my lips, bitch. You can read my lips, bitch.
Man, go grow some hair, you bullheaded motherfucker. Get out of here. All right, peace out.
All right, White, in a minute.
Oh, mama. That nigga sound just like mama.
All right. So when people give it private,
dumb bitch ass nigga hating for white people. This nigga hate for a white motherfucker every chance he get.
So let me give you this one. And anytime, just a little decorum. Anytime somebody's giving their pardon shots, we just let them go ahead and give their pardon shots, and we just let that be that.
You had my mic on me. I know the nigga can read my lips.
Yeah, I know. Boy, hey, the internet is wild. The internet is definitely wild. Let's see.
Especially if you got idiots on there like that. This nigga stupid as fuck.
Well, sometimes guys, man, they just have their own difference of opinion. They just have a difference of opinion, and you know what? We can't change it. We're not going to be able to change it.
No. I don't want to talk to no bitches. If we talking facts, I don't want to hear your fucking opinion.
Well, I mean, if his
opinion was
different than yours,
I'm not on here for my opinion. I'm on here for facts.
All right.
The fact is, I'll beat his bitch ass. That's a fact.
Listen, when? Because I believe Wacky's all the way in New York and you all the way in LA.
We can meet in
Chicago. Man, don't nobody want to meet Chicago. Don't nobody want to meet Chicago, especially over no internet. Especially over no internet beef. So check this out. I don't know. I don't know, man. Do you want to cover what some of the guys said? Because we didn't get a chance to go over Pink Book lessons about the about the case with Lauren. So, do you want to cover? Do you want to cover what some of the other fellas have said, or no?
Man, we still talking about the online hooker?
Yeah. Okay.
Or
So we
can you
got
say that?
Pastor $40 coming up in here.
He said Kyle was a justified shooting.
It was.
Is these like these? You said it was?
Yeah, they're not trolling you, man. They're not trolling you. This is what they think.
No.
Are you serious?
Bring you back up here.
No, this is more than a thought. It actually factually you can prove that was a justified shooting, but I'm not. That's neither here nor there.
Hold on, Pastor. My bad, Pastor. But can I say something, nigga? You say you gonna beat my ass, nigga?
Come on,
I thought he was gone.
Hey, come on, Wyatt. Come on,
y'all said that.
Listen. We not gonna be fighting on the show.
No,
Yo,
man,
we
you want a plane ticket?
We can have this conversation without all that. Because pull back up. We can definitely have this conversation without that. Yeah.
Nah. If he want to beat my ass, he got to come to where I'm at.
Nigga, I'll send you a plane ticket.
No. You want to beat my ass, you got to come to where I'm at, nigga.
Why?
Man, shut the fuck up. Go back to bed.
See, now he had nothing to say. He got nothing to say.
Why?
He initiated
New York.
the man. He initiated
I got a cousin
that
in New York. Where you at? Where you at?
No. You bring your ass over here, not your cousin.
Well, let me
You
tell
bring
something.
your ass over here.
But that
Your cousin didn't threaten me. You did.
That kind of proves like his point though, because you can threaten a brother and nothing happens. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that proves the point. Black people commit crimes. Black people can't
Check
commit
this out,
crimes.
Ken. Look here. I could come to. Ain't no threat, G. Ain't no threats. What you look? What I look like a bitch?
You just made a threat.
Nigga, what
You just made a
you?
threat.
I look you in the mirror, nigga. I ain't no bitch. I don't make no threats.
All right. So black people.
You see what I'm saying? Y'all are proving the point. Black people commit crimes all the damn time. And nothing happens. That is true. It is true, man.
Look. We need a timeout. Fellas.
Black people be on some criminal shit.
Will anybody please tell these two? This is not the platform for that. This ain't the show for that.
No, they proving a point. I'm glad he did that. That proves the point. Black people could commit crimes in pure immunity. That proves the point. Y'all said that white people cannot. Y'all said white people commit crimes in pure immunity and nothing happens. Well, look at you right now. Exactly.
Listen, fellas. I have had discourse with police officers. I have had discourse with probably some of the most prominent people on the net. I have had a guy even threaten to drive from Houston to Dallas to come whoop my ass and manage to make friends with this guy. We are older and we are better. And quite frankly, the world has heard enough of the nigga killing nigga shit. I love the both of y'all. But over a difference of opinion about something, right? About the difference of opinion about something, we don't need that shit. Because quite frankly, we need to be examples. We need to be examples of what not to do. We need to be fucking examples of what not to do. Wacky, I was going to bring you back, but let's serve as the fucking examples. Let's not be at each other's throat about a difference of fucking opinion about the way we view the world. Whether fact, fiction, whether mama, no daddy, whatever.
So let's get back to the subject of what you were saying. So I think the whole subject was about the black woman and the white guy, right?
Yeah, man. The thing is that the guy was actually getting me beside myself was the fact that he was in that goddamn room for about 8-9 hours with this girl.
So the thing about it is there. So we had. So there has to be. Was there any? So there's no report of any blunt force trauma. There's no. We don't see any. There's no trauma to her neck. There's no trauma to the head. There's no. There's no evidence of rape. I mean, grape. There's no
Well,
evidence of
well,
grape.
yeah, it is because the police, because they didn't do the investigation, they didn't even find a damn condom that was in a garbage in a trash can in a damn apartment.
Well, a condom does not even allude to there being a violent sexual act. That
It
was just
don't
a
it doesn't allude
consent.
to that, but it does lead to a sexual act.
It's a sexual
They
act.
they, al- they they already said she died from an overdose. It was ruled, both autopsies said overdose. But what the
They,
police didn't do, what the police didn't do was investigate how the drugs were ingested. They don't know if the drugs came from her, if
Or came
he
from
put the
them.
drugs in the drink. They didn't find any of that out. So
well,
in the absence of that, I don't understand what blunt force trauma got to do with anything.
well, but it does have something to do with anything, like because there was no sign that he physically assaulted her. So if he did, and when it comes down to drugs, drugs can be consumed consensually. Like you can choose to do drugs. So that's the thing. That's the reason why
Okay,
this is
sir, without an investigation, how do we know if it was consensual? That's the whole point
that
of an
is true. That
investigation.
is true. That's very true. That's very true. You need the investigation to see if there were like any needle pricks or you need to that is true. You do need to do the investigation to see if how the drugs were consumed. That is true.
And that's my whole point. So what I'm saying is because she was a black woman and this was a white man, those white police in Bridgeport, Connecticut did not feel like Black Lives Matter. She wasn't worth an investigation. And what I'm saying is based on her occupation at the moment, the way they looking at it, shit, just another dead nigger prostitute. Period. She don't deserve
Was
no
she
justice. And
was she
in
a
our
prostitute?
community,
Was she a
G,
prostitute?
if you've ever dealt with prostitutes or know anything about prostitution or online sugar daddying, you would use your reasoning to
Yeah.
realize that she was in there. She was around that.
Okay.
So check this out. So remember, we got the voice dialogue. We got the voice issue going back and forth, right? So
hmm
so go ahead, Pastor. What you got to say?
So now with her being a sex worker, that also kind of does not lean towards him. Now, I'm glad you said that because we've all been to strip clubs and different places like that. We all know a lot of these girls ingest alcohol, smoke, pop pills, and do all kinds of things to get their confidence up to get on that pole. We don't know if she did a bunch of drugs that night to get her confidence up to have sex with pretty much a stranger because they've only been talking for like what 2 or 3 days. So we don't know what she did to get herself over the act of what she was about to do. We don't
But
know.
he said
But,
they didn't have
but,
sex.
but Pastor, that's the whole point. We don't know. The police didn't investigate. And if that was a black man, we already know he'd be cased up and locked down. And that's
Right.
the whole. I thought
Okay.
that was the point.
Okay.
The
Okay.
reason,
Okay.
you know, this girl was murdered. It was a white man who wasn't even considered a suspect. He wasn't even a person of interest. The police told the family that we ain't even gonna look at this dude because we think he's a nice guy.
Now that nice guy
So as
thing is yeah. Now I get your concern because no one is that nice of a person that they're no one is above reproach. No one. So
So
I
and then
definitely
listen to how this sounds. I call the police. Yeah, I got a dead girl here. Oh yeah, okay, you'll be over? Sure. Yep, I came in last night. We had a couple of drinks. We watched movies. She went to the restroom for about 15 minutes. Came back. She was dead. Oh, the blood on the blood coming from her nose? I don't know. All right. Oh, good. My ID. Thanks, sir. All right. Call me if you need anything. What black man get that?
no. I
What
wouldn't
black
say
man
I would. That doesn't. I haven't seen any black men get that type of treatment. For as
man for a dead body, man? You know, that's
no.
what, and that's all. That's my whole point. See, it's you make more sense than the other dude that was just here. You have a more common sense approach because, like you said, you've been in there fucking with in the strip clubs, and you know how the hose is. So
Mm-hmm.
it's more probable than not that this chick was possibly a sex worker. Now, I'm not saying that's why she deserved to die. I'm not saying that. What I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is it's not shocking. It's not a surprise. Now, if she was Sister Mavis Staples and a white man crawled through her window and hacked her to death, and then they didn't do nothing about it, then we can be in an uproar.
Mm-hmm.
But since she was out there in that profession, in this climate, fucking with people who known to get away with murder, how can we be, what's the
So,
uproar about? What you talking about?
so I get what you're. So you're saying that when there's a question, okay. So we were having an argument that when white people go to jail when it's when we know undoubtedly that y'all fucked up, y'all going to jail. Okay, so all right. So when there's a question to it, have they beaten the questions? And I get what you're saying, like. Because even if they question this guy about the murder, will he still even beat the questions? Because of they already deemed him a nice guy. Um, that's I can't say that won't happen.
So just
I
real
can't
quick,
say that
Wacky,
won't happen.
Wacky, give us your link or Latin Patriot. Do me a favor, give me Wacky's link so that way we can make sure that it's posted in the chat so everybody can go over there and like and sub to Wacky's channel. Thanks again, White, for stopping by, man.
But
Now, I
I don't
talked to
know, man.
Pastor, and not once did Pastor Dollars find a way to blame the black man, like this other dude, the dude that just left, kept doing. Every turn we turn, he find a way to blame one or two black people. When everybody who got any clarity of vision can see black people have an enemy in this country, whether it be the police force, the medical profession, the courtrooms, the school system. Black people don't have a good outcome when we matched up against these institutions. And it's historically proven. But he want to talk about the one person who killed Tupac and Biggie as opposed to a nation. 40 million black people in this country approximately, as opposed to 300 some million of the palm colors. So when we kill each other, of course it looks bad because it's not that many of us. And when they kill each other, which they the biggest killer of each other, is just Hollywood. It's just an insurrection at the Capitol. They only shot a white woman in the face who was trying to break in the Capitol. You know what I mean? He didn't point that out. He just keep pointing to the one person, the three officers, as opposed to the thousands of officers that kill black people. The three that got it is supposed to make up for the thousands that didn't.
Well, check this out.
He's ridiculous.
So I want to answer Latin Patriot, right? Latin Patriot says the Men's Media Network. You do realize the police is probably still investigating him. and keeping an eye on him, on the man that called the police for the model lady that passed away. Okay, so here's the deal, Latin Patriot.
That's
First of all, they didn't open an investigation. So what we're talking about here is the missteps. All right. They the way that they treated this guy as if he was like a janitor or somebody that came in. Oops, he happened to find a dead body.
well,
Right?
man. Can
That's
I
the way.
can I get? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get in.
Okay, so that's the way that's the way that they treat this guy. Like he just happens, like he was coming in to fix the plumbing or something, and he just happened to find a dead on the bed. Right? You see, the thing is that it's all about how they chose the police, how they chose not to investigate the guy, based on the fact that as opposed to a black man, and if a black man would have gotten into any issue, they'd have been had this brother trial by now and sentenced.
What? Hey, remember them years ago when that white lady pushed them 3 kids in the pool and said it was a black man? They had a black man within hours on charges.
You see,
Feel
so
me?
like another. This case has been it's been compared to the Gabby Petito and that Gabby case. You know, I was big on that Gabby case, right?
Right.
And they've
Yeah.
been trying to compare the two, right? But if you notice, the guy was treated the same way in that killing too.
Right. He was.
Hold up,
And
hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. Wait, you're terribly misinformed, sir. They ain't treating this case like the Gabby Petito case. The Gabby Petito case was national news. This lady was
No.
discovered
He
by
said,
a
he said the
YouTube.
guy. No. He said the guy
treatment
is
of
being treated the same way.
No. But
The treatment.
you can't compare the two. They gonna treat a white man like that. Period. The other guy was white too.
Yeah,
He wasn't black.
yeah. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
That the dude was
And
black.
that's not that he was white, and that he's getting the
Yeah.
same
Okay.
treatment.
What
So all of
I'm
these white
no.
guys are getting his pass, and that's what
But
I
listen,
see. I was hold on a second. I was just telling Alice the same thing before y'all pulled up. These white guys are out here. They're committing crimes. They're killing people, and they're getting passes.
but dude,
Okay.
Gabby Petito was on the news every day, every night.
Yeah.
This
We get
lady
that.
was okay. So what I'm saying is the only reason the white dude got attention because Gabby Petito was white. This white guy would have got away if it wasn't for the YouTuber that brought attention to it.
Right. Yeah.
Well, YouTube also kind of solved that case as well. What I'm saying is, I mean, this shit's getting out of line, man. Like as guys, this as guys in general, we're gonna have to pull this shit back. We just can't be getting mad at our spouses and killing them. I mean, we're gonna have to chill.
But we're not doing that. Black people are not doing
Black
that.
people ain't doing that. What my purpose for being here is to tell those women that want to swirl, keep doing it. Go on over there. I'm saying what I'm here to tell. Don't let Lawrence Smith Fields discourage you. That's what I'm here to say.
Hold on.
Don't let it stop.
Hold on.
Don't be scared.
Y'all don't think brothers are like? Y'all don't think brothers killing women too?
Yeah, they do. If you listen, time out. Let me say this, and I'll mute my mic. If a black dude kill a black woman, more than likely it's about his kids. And I'm gonna mute the mic and get off.
I will agree with that. I will agree with that. The DC sniper, all of his killing was about his kids. Now I can agree that black men to kill about their kids. I agree with that. But still, they still killed them though.
Black people don't kill. My point is, black people just don't kill for sport like white people do. Black people ain't just out here murdering people, just on the strength of murdering. If they are, not at the numbers that white people do. And the bottom line is, when a black person get caught, they don't release him and tell the victims, oh, he's a nice guy. That's what I'm saying. Ain't no black person gonna get treated with the nice guy treatment. He gonna get jacked up higher than giraffe pussy every time. White people gonna get a pat on the back when they kill a black person. Good job. That's my point. That's all I'm saying.
And we're not even talking about a role reversal here. We're not even talking about a black man killing a white woman. We haven't even touched on that yet. Right. And you want to know why? And you want to know why why the silence? Because we already know. If an average black man goes out and kill a white woman, and under these same circumstances, come on, man. You already know he up shit creek without a paddle.
Hold up. I just showed you a whole book. A black man ain't even got to kill a white woman. All she got to do is say rape and point in his direction. It's over.
For YouTube, we say great. For YouTube, we say great, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I apologize, YouTube. All a white woman got to do is point at a black man and say the words you can't say on YouTube, and city's gonna burn. And it's a history to prove it. So a black man don't even have to actually kill a white woman before he's convicted, because we already guilty in the court of public opinion because we black. So when we do get strung up, what they say, that nigga deserved it. And when the dude was asking me, the dude was asking me earlier, do I think she deserved it? I never said she deserved it. He was putting words in my mouth. What I'm saying is, if she gonna be over there in that occupation, in that line of work, risking it, letting strangers in her home to have drinks and unknown drugs with, then you can't be all like, up in a roar when something happened to her. That's like if Evil Knievel get killed jumping ramps. We gonna say he went out the way he wanted to, right?
Well, they're trying to make sex work safe. You heard it first over here. Heard it first. They're trying to make sex work safe. The only problem is when they have done neurological studies on people, they saw that sex and violence, the brain lights up in the same areas during sex and in violence. That's one of the weirdest things.
That might be for women.
No, that's people, bro.
That might be why women like to get choked during sex, because I don't know no man that beat up during sex.
Well, ask yourself, why does the man choke back? Even if she wants the sex, why does he even choke? Even if she wants to be choked, why would he even do it? So this is not a sex or a race thing. This is literally a scientific, where they looked at the brain and they said during sex, people get turned the fuck up. That's all.
But what you mean? Why would he do it? It's the same. If she asks, he's supposed to provide. That's like if she say, "I want to fuck," a nigga's supposed to pull his dick out. If she say, "Choke me," you supposed to do what she say, "Pull my hair, spank me." That's a request. You fulfill her request.
But at what level? Okay, if a person makes a request,
at the level you don't kill her, or leave marks, or get arrested.
Now you see the slippery slope. Now you see the slippery slope. How far? Because there's something called sexual violence, right?
Bro, if sexual violence, if you know what you about to do to this bitch gonna lead to a life sentence, you don't need to have that much sexual violence. That's the limit. There ain't no slippery slope. We got hiking boots on.
But there's already something going. There's already something wrong with. Okay. If the brain does that naturally in a perfectly normal person, and a person that has a underlining mental issue, they're not going to have that stop. We see this all the time when people have rough sex. They have safe words, right, or things of that nature to calm shit down, and that's in normal people. Now just throw an underlying psychological issue on top of that. Now you do have issues. Now you are gonna have issues.
Okay. Now, okay, again, you trying to conflate men and women. The women have that neurological, psychological issue. We know that for sure because they women. But a man ain't supposed to get to a point where he enjoy choking a bitch while he nutting till where she die. He got to know his. She might not know the limit, but you know we need the smart person, which would be the man. She might want to be choked. The man should know that don't mean choke to death. So we got to use common sense at some point. We got to start applying common sense. So that would be the limit. You know, if she aroused,
if that common sense was always applied, why is there such a broad term as safe words or when to stop? Why does she have to why does both parties? Because safe words is not just for women, it's also for men too.
Okay, so
it's
look.
Also for men too.
Okay, so again, you talking about some crazy stuff if a man need a safe word. Because while I'm getting head, I don't need no safe word. If somebody doing something to me that turn them on that I don't like, but they like to see me, that's some sick shit if I need a safe word. That's a person that's unhinged.
Because don't it isn't there like a lot of but see, here it is again. We're talking about white boy shit.
Exactly.
For the most part. Because that BDSM and that sadomasochism and all of that shit, that's what they into.
Yeah. And black people ain't into that shit. Hey, listen, you can't even pull a bitch weave. How is you finna choke a bitch to death? A black woman ain't finna let you choke her to death. Nigga, you crazy. You can't even touch her hair or her makeup. How you gonna choke her to death? You know what that safe word is? Don't touch my hair. That's what a safe word is for a black woman. Shit.
Hey, you better not touch that bonnet.
On the real.
I want to see your hair. Shit, I'm leaving my bonnet on. Now, you want some pussy or not?
Man, the safe word is you ain't done yet. The safe word is when you gonna come. Or our safe word is I came already. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it work with us. That's our safe word. I'm gonna come.
So the thing is, man, is that the whole thing is that, and see, and I think that's one of the biggest issues, right? Is that the sisters that the younger generation, they're thinking that they're just like any normal group of people, right? They just think that they're normal. They're not out here under the guise that this is what white men do. This is the good old boy. This is the good old boy system.
Pastor just said it. They trying to make sex work safe. And that's real spill because even out here in California, our main drag with the hose on it, which is Figueroa, it's like they turned it to like a flashing light district. So on the nights that the hookers is out there, the yellow light flash, so you can slow down and not hit the prostitutes. So
while they crossing the street,
while they out in the street.
Oh, while they out in the street. Oh, wow.
Because out here the prostitutes mind the streets. Like our whole stroll look like a strip.
Because the women are not going to stop prostituting, so the government is like, okay, it's almost like prohibition. Like if you look at sex work, you have to look at because we got to start looking at it like prohibition. And they say these niggas is not going to stop drinking. So what do we do to make it safe? These motherfuckers not going to stop smoking weed. What do we do to make it safe?
I don't think it was about safety. It was more of a being able to tax it. And
but you have to make it safe to tax it. You can't tax the wild. That's the thing about the Wild West. You couldn't tax it. It was too wild. But
guess what they're doing with cash apps?
Well, listen. So in order to tax something, you have to first regulate it. So you're right. You got to you have to have an appearance of safety because you can still die from alcohol poison. and that's government. You know, it's this government is legal. So bam. So with the prostitution, you get rid of the pimps. You call it human trafficking, and you make pimping an offense that carry a life sentence. You don't even call it pimping no more. You call it human trafficking. So now you can remove the man who was collecting the money from the prostitutes and not paying taxes with it. Now you got a group of renegade hoes out there on a spending spree that's just supporting all the Amazons and the big businesses of the world without any guidance. And they out there hooking and getting that money right back and spend it.
Exactly.
Hey, and that's probably to the tune of the tens of billions of dollars a year.
Oh man, listen, because you see how you see how much these dudes go in these strip clubs and throw on the floor. I could take you down our whole stroll right now. Any Fig, Long Beach Boulevard, Century, they packed up. Cars blocking up traffic. You look at the hotel parking lots. The cars is double parked. They airlifting hoes in.
Well, that's actually. I mean, that's what whole flew out was all about.
And so now you got a chick, a dead young lady in Lauren that's online on a dating app in an age where online sex work is popular, is going on. And you know, she chose to indulge in this, and based on what she tweeted and put out there in the internet world and cyberspace, that she was fully aware of what she was doing. She made the decision, you know, and she succumbed to an occupational hazard. And what they saying is that black men need to start, you know, protecting the sisters. But I'm here to say no, not if they keep choosing idiocracy. They want to run over there to white daddy and do their thing, get protected and get money and stuff like that. And then they end up murdered. I don't see my son white knighting for her.
I mean, I don't either. In fact, you can't do any. In fact, you see, here's the whole point. You can't do anything for somebody who don't want to listen. Yeah. If you don't want to protect yourself, then what can I do for you?
You can't do for someone what they don't want done for themselves,
right?
Because they will. Because honestly, she has listened. She has been told, and she knew what she was getting into was wrong. She was told, and she did listen. This not effectively. I mean, now you can argue levels of listening, or you listen when you start doing better. But people listen even if they do the same thing. You know, when your parents told you to do something wrong, you heard when you got caught doing that wrong. What your parents said to you replayed in your mind because you knew, like, damn, you say you should have listened, but you did listen. The actions just weren't what you the actions, like when they say you only mad because you got caught. That's what that means. You listen, but you will still do it. And now you just mad you got caught. And that's kind of, I believe, what happened in these situations. Like, they listening, they know the potential dangers, period. But they're still gonna do it. So it's one of those things, man, where, like, how do you make it safer if people are gonna still do it? People are gonna still do it, man. There's this girl dying like she died is not gonna stop women from doing drugs. Those women getting raped by Hugh Hefner. It's not going, you know, girls getting in cars, girls getting in the car. That'd be the last time they got in the car. It's not going to stop them from getting in cars. It's just not, bro.
But this the point. Hold on. This the point where we fell out earlier, where I kind of got beside myself with what he was saying, because we were talking about respectability. We were saying what she doing to be respected, being on Bumble, online dating apps, having strange men over your house. The point was that respectable? No, that is not respectable. Sex work is not respectable. It's not. So what I'm saying, I'm not saying that those women who sex work deserve to die. I'm not saying that they deserve harm. But what I'm saying is, in the climate we in, if they are harmed, they, as we can see, they don't have the protection of the law.
No. Can I
That
push
should
back on one
be
second? Can I push back on 1 second on sex work not being respected? Because I said no, but I said that very fast. But see, because I look at the women in Wyoming, they got the right to vote, and they were sex workers or prostitutes. Prostitution has gotten women a lot of money, which is putting them in good position. You look at the quickest way to riches the quickest way for a woman to gain riches is through marriage. You know what I'm saying? Having sex with the same man, getting him to buy more and more stuff for her, and obtain more and more stuff for her. So I don't know if sex work is not respectable because we pay out to it.
Oh, but okay. You get paid, but that don't mean it. That don't mean you gotta respect it.
Your ass is wild. You know that, right?
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
You equate marriage to sex work, my guy. Listen, she's getting
it
dick
is.
too. What are you talking about? She's getting dick too.
But okay, so you're
Okay,
giving dick, you might get some. Man, you're giving dick, you can get some children and some socks and maybe a couple of some tools and to fix some shit. But I mean, overall, women get more gifts. And if you look at the sexual context of a marriage, forget the relation. Okay, we know it's a relationship, we know it's a bond, we know they're doing this together, so it looks nice. Marriage is a way to make prostitution look clean.
Exactly. Talk to her, Pastor. Talk to her. Hey, this is my nigga right here. I like this guy. Hey, don't that other fool. Now, see, you supposed to have intelligent people on this. You feel me? Somebody that makes sense. You know the real. That's Mac.
Hey, don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. Hey, don't tell him that.
Hey, right now, the boy talking the truth, because that is long range pimping, having a wife, not pimp, but it's sex work. You know, it's like, because like he said, if you boil it down, what you got a wife for? To jump up and down on. Yeah, the bond and holding hands and kicking cans, that's all cute and stuff, but you got regularly scheduled sex, period.
Well,
and that's what marriage is.
No, wait. Look, I feel what you're saying, right? I dig it. But here's the deal. Marriage is for making kids. It's for having families. It's not just for sex work.
No, see,
okay, it's for the continuation of life.
No, you talking about contractual stuff. We talking about just law of nature.
Women and men, they contract. Because if that was the case, men would get as many kids as they want out of every broad. That's not how that goes.
Well, they used to be able to. Until it got to this whole, until the Chinese fucked it up.
Well, no, they used to be able to until women had other choices. Women did not have birth control. They really didn't know what the hell they were doing with them clothes hangers. So therefore, they had too many choices. They didn't have too many choices, man.
No, the Chinese fucked it up.
It was a necessity.
America and China got together and said, listen, have a bunch of motherfucking people because we're going to need work done over there in America and we need it done for as cheaply as possible. That's what happened. Okay. Now, other than that, outside of that, right? Marriage is for children, for kids. There's actually incentives to have kids, right? Now, granted, I dig what you're saying again. Because that is a kind of a unique way of looking at a marriage. However, there has been laws cracking down on prostitution.
No, there
have been laws. Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have.
Opening up the laws. They're not cracking down. They're opening them up.
Because look.
No, so when we said they're passing laws on prostitution, be very clear what you say.
For pussy.
Are they? No. Exactly. Say it Say it again. Say it
Pimping
again.
pussy. That's prostitution.
Exactly. So they got laws on soliciting, not prostitution.
Right, right. So just like I said, they fuck with the trick. You can get your car towed. You got to take 52 weeks of sex education class that you got to pay for out your pocket, and they run in the hundreds. You can be arrested for the shit, and the shit you got to register as a sex offender. So they fuck with they fuck with the people who solicit prostitution. Not prostitution is a misdemeanor out here. $500 bail.
Yeah,
So get it correct. So get it correct.
Okay. So that's for the whole. So that's for the whole, right? What's for the man? What's for the John? What's for the trick?
What he get?
Yeah.
If he get caught soliciting?
Yeah.
I just said he get arrested. He got to take 52 weeks of some type of sex management classes that you pay for out your pocket. Your car get impounded for 30 days, a 30-day hold, and you possibly got to register as a sex offender.
Right.
That's what happens to the person that buys it. The person that
That's
actually sells it. The person that's selling it, man or woman, whoever's selling ass, nothing's happening to them.
That's a misdemeanor in the state of California. $500 bail. Not affect the trying to pick up the prostitute, even pimping. And that's what I want to tell a dude earlier as an analogy, because he was saying, how can we say that Lauren Fitzmill is we can't tell. So look, I read a conspiracy to pimp and pander. Conspiracy to pimp and pander. A dude got picked up out in Van Nuys on the host road with $1,100 in cash. He had the numbers of known prostitutes in his cell phone. He got found guilty in court for conspiracy to pimp and pander.
Do you know why they call it? They put the pander up there because they say you're committing fraud. They're equating pandering to fraud or what's the other word I was looking for? But that's why they put the pandering to it. And then I'm telling you, it's over. And so the pimps are automatically getting felony for money laundering. That's why they put pandering to it, like panhandling, pandering.
Yeah,
they put money laundering to it. That's how they all get hit with money laundering cases as well.
That's a life sentence.
So check this out. So Lauren, I don't know her last name, right? But at any rate, she knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing. And the laws of nature has its way of working everything out. And the bottom line here is this, is that if you refuse to put yourself under the headship of, especially of men who look like you, you're going to get what the fuck you're going to get, period.
No, let me tell you what's going to end up happening, man. What's going to end up happening is they're going to move soliciting from a misdemeanor A to an actual felony. So they're going to end up giving the trick, the John, or whatever you want to call him. They're going to end up giving him a felony, just like they give the pimp the felony. Because you got to look at what you can actually guarantee. You can't guarantee that she's going to take directions from a man that looks just like her and things go perfectly. But what you can guarantee is if she sells it and she can't sell it safely, you can put that person in jail. That's just why they're going to legalize it, and they're going to house these prostitutes the way they did with OnlyFans. They're just going to have hoe houses everywhere. You're going to have to go into a government-regulated whorehouse, and if you don't use a government-regulated whorehouse, your ass is going to end up with a felony.
Yeah, and that's why
go ahead.
That's why they're not gonna stop the killing. That's why they're gonna let that the other black lady news get buried out there that got killed in Bridgeport, Connecticut too. 2 black women on the same day by white men. Both white men neither got investigated, neither was held as suspects. So they're gonna allow this trend to continue because what it's gonna do is do what Pastor said. That's a smart man right there. The white men want to be able to kill with impunity. So they're going to drive these women, these sex workers, to work to these government regulated things where you can go in there and damn near kill them. And if you do kill them, it'll just be a civil thing between you and the company. Yeah,
Okay,
it's coming.
Yep. And if you do it out of civil discourse, now it's a felony action. They're already pushing it that way, man. Why you think they moved that soliciting up to a misdemeanor A, which is a step below a felony? They're already pushing it this way. This is the trend. This is the trend, bro.
No, sir.
Yeah.
What's the penalty for prostitution in Texas? The first offense for soliciting is a state jail felony. Carries a maximum of a $10,000 fine and a maximum of jail sentence of 2 years. The second offense for soliciting prostitution is a third-degree felony that carries a maximum of $10,000 and a maximum jail sentence of 10 years. That's the second offense for soliciting prostitution.
Yeah, so that's why Texas ain't got no host pro.
That's right.
That's why Texas ain't known for pimping.
Soliciting someone under the age of 18 is a second-degree felony that carries a maximum of $10,000 and a maximum jail sentence of 20 years. And I believe that it actually they changed it to where, like, especially like if because Pastor, we did this on your show before. If they like had like SNAP benefits before, or if they come from like a girl's home, or if they've been in the shelter or some of that shit, right? Then the penalties get stiffer.
Hey, that's why you
give it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and the reason being is so and let me correct you, bro. Texas does have a heavy lineage in pimping. That is the reason why the laws are so
strict.
Man,
I ain't heard of one big balling ass pimp out of Texas ever.
Oh, bro,
motherfucking JR.
Bro, let me tell you, bro.
Hey, are you?
Bro, even to this day, bro. Yo, bro, like Texas has a world-renowned track. Like Harry Hines is a world-renowned track. All players.
Man, hey, listen.
Heard of Harry Hines?
Man,
it's almost like film mode. Skid-Row.
Oh no!
Pat,
come on! Don't, man! Don't.
You got to let him talk. You got to let him talk.
Oh, don't do. I hear you. I'm not saying I'm civil. Don't disrespect Cali like that, man.
No. We just can't hear you because the mic started going in and out. That's why I was telling him to let you talk.
Oh, my bad. I was in Texas not too long ago. Y'all best strip club out there in Dallas, what was that? The Cabaret. Every chick out there is a streetwalker out here at best.
So look, you better. Sex workers don't have to be pretty, bro.
What do you mean? Now it's getting interesting. Elaborate.
So do you think an ugly sex worker sells less pussy than a pretty sex worker?
In the state of California, yes.
Why? I don't even think in the state of California.
Well, I deal with hoes firsthand, and one thing they do tell you is you need a light-skinned hoe out there for show because they can't see the black bitches at night. And that's real. And the hoes say that.
They might have to smile.
The hoes say that. I mean, and for the most part, the people that's out there shopping for the hoes is mostly Hispanics and whites. And they want something more. It's some darker skinned sisters out there, but if you bust a few laps, they stay out there a little longer than the light skinned ones. The light skinned and Hispanic ones, they get nabbed up real quick, and they be out there chopped to death. They be finding the motherfucker. Sometimes you sit back and look at a few of them and be like, damn, why you ain't somebody's girlfriend? But that's what they want to do. And this California, it's beautiful women dime a dozen.
Okay, exactly. So there's beautiful women dime a dozen. So picking up a beautiful chick is not that hard. However, beautiful chicks are going to cost more than an ugly chick, and you have one goal at the end of the day. Now, I can see an ugly chick turning way more tricks because she can go for the $40 holler, the $80, $100 holler, rather than a pretty chick that wanting to go for more.
Out
That's
here,
why, huh?
out in the state of California, the hoes gonna beat your ass if another hoe a hoe will attack a hoe for taking a date less than $100. So you're not gonna
See
get no
that?
ugly chick that's out there working for cheap just because she ugly. The hoes got a standard out there.
Well, these hoes in Texas can fight, and they don't have a standard.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So what'll happen is if an ugly hoe from Texas come out here on the track in pretty California, she gonna get shot.
These bitches should this what the fuck? Gunplay for a Texas hoe ain't nothing. They set niggas up in
I mean,
gunplay.
I dig that. I dig that. But what I'm saying is, before it even get to that, a ugly hoe don't stand a chance on no blade out here in California. These bitches out here be fire. I'm telling you, they got BBLs and everything out there, man.
The same thing, man, Texas ain't no slouch when it come down to this pimping and hoeing thing. The laws are the way these laws are for a reason. I tell brothers, like, hey, I stay away. I see the game, but look, I walk away, man, because look, I ain't got. Hey, it's too real out here, man. Too much going on. Especially, man, you got, too much going on, man. You got kids, man. I don't need that shit on my back. I don't
I,
need none of them
I, I
labels on
dig.
my back.
No, I dig it. I just chop it up with people on the
Yeah,
streets,
yeah,
and
yeah,
I be out
yeah,
there, and I see what's going on. So, I
yeah.
like I said, I've been to Texas, and when I visited the strip club out there, I didn't see nothing that impressed me that was better than what I see out here.
What you got?
I
What you
ain't
got?
I ain't never heard a song that say I wish they could all be Texas girls. It say California girls. I'm telling you, the females out here is fine, and it's almost 17-1 because it ain't a lot of brothers to choose from out here. It's only five.
It do be a lot of sisters from California that be flying out here. They do,
Yeah,
especially over
and
there
so
at
out
Eli.
here,
You know,
yeah, out here it's a shortage of black men. It's only five kind of black men you gonna get out here in California: dead, gay, broke, balling, in jail. Them the only choices you got.
Man, I come
It
to
ain't
Cali.
nothing else out.
Me and Cali girls be getting along and everything. I thought about taking a little contract, getting out to take a little contract out there, whatever, seeing what's up. But at the same time, man, you can't compare. Like, see, now you get to see. That's the reason why we get hung up on the look of the hoe rather than the action of the hoe. And I think
That's what
hoe.
draw you to her. That's how
See the
you.
see
That's how
the
you see.
right? That's the
no.
attraction.
No,
Yeah,
See, these hoes is Martin Luther King dream. They're being judged on their character, not by they're being judged on their action, their character, not by color of their skin. You know what I'm saying? And these
hey,
hoes are
listen.
the Martin Luther King dream.
I don't need a hoe
And
to
not the
fix me a
hoe,
plate. I don't
but
need
the
a hoe
hoe.
to
But
fix me.
you say you got these Martin Luther King hoes out here. Dr. King hoes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, these hoes are Martin Luther King because like if she can do not even like fix not domestically, but if this hoe can have her actions can can outweigh the color of her skin. You know what I'm saying? Well, she gonna be judged by her actions, not the color of her skin. Now, come on now. No, you can't necessarily say this could you say
So
this could yeah.
let me ask you this. I need a bitch. If I was to fuck with a hoe, I gotta be able to at least be seen in the daylight with her. I gotta be able to hold hands with her, take her to the mall, dress her up. She gotta be cute enough for that. Now you telling me a ugly bitch can do that for me with her domestic skills?
No, with her hoeing skills. Because we're not asking hoes to be domestic. We're not asking hoes to hold hands. That's just why they had. That's just why hoes bought in that whole girlfriend experience. So they were like treating niggas like they were really together. And that's where I think the game got really fucked up. I think that
No, wait a minute.
is horrible. I think that's horrible when the game
No,
when the
you missing
women.
my point. I
Yeah.
think you missing my point.
What's the point?
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if I pull up on the scene, if I'm shopping, I'm gonna go for beautiful and or something close to it. I'm not even trying to get to know this ugly thing because at the bottom of the line, at the bottom of it, I'm supposed to sleep with her, right? I'm supposed to,
Mhm.
So I want to, treat my dick to something beautiful, visually, physically. I'm not trying to get to know this chick based on her, she looking like a big old booger barilla. I'm supposed to try to see through that. I'm supposed to try to get past
What you
that to
say?
her inner
What
beauty.
you say? No, what you say? She made good country fried steak though.
Yeah, like, come on now. I'm supposed to.
But we talking about
I'm supposed.
hoes though, so
As
we
you
talking
said,
about
that white
hoes
gravy
though.
was good.
So check this.
That's
So
like
check
that's
this.
like if Carrie Hilson was a hoe and Whoopi Goldberg was a hoe.
All right, so check this. What if there was a hoe? We
I would
talking
be
about
in that
hoes,
long line.
right?
Yeah,
We
we
talking
talk.
about
So
hoes, right?
asking me. Right. So if Carrie Hilson was a hoe and Whoopi Goldberg was a hoe, which line you gonna be in?
What can Whoopi do?
I mean,
Is
we just
Whoopi
talking
nice with
visual.
it? Is Whoopi nice with the head game and carry this licking on the tip?
I'm saying, but you gotta fuck with her to find out. So
Nah,
who you
but
gonna
they
fuck with
hoes.
first?
But they hoes though, so they known for
So, but
I,
I
something.
but
mean,
Hoes.
what you going by referral or some shit, my guy? I mean, come
yeah,
on.
how else
Nah.
you gonna know? How else you gonna know how good the head is unless you fuck with it, right? So you only got one choice. You got two hoes. I just dropped them off to you, but I need to take one with me. I got Whoopi and I got Carrie Hilson. You ain't had head
Which
from
one you
neither
choosing?
one of them. Which one you going with? Because I got to roll with one of them. Now I got to put this one on the blade.
Whoever actually really coming with it. Like so, if Carrie Hilson over there and you drop her off and she's sitting there and looking all shy and shit, and Whoopi coming on with it, come on with it, Whoopi. Fuck up out of here. You just trying to get a nut. You're
Wait,
not
man,
trying to love this bitch.
man, wait. Why it got to be some extras? Like just who you just choose. All you get, all I'm giving you is a choice. That's it. You want
Okay, well,
Whoopi
I'm gonna
or
pick Carrie if I
Carrie?
get a
Carrie,
choice. Yeah, I'll straight choice the bitch that's standing there not doing nothing. I'm going Carrie, of course.
thank you. That's that. You just proved my point. Thank you.
But when
We
it
want
comes down to
beauty.
the actual hoeing, when it comes to the actual hoeing, if Whoopi hoeing better than Carrie, because Whoop, look, we're gonna find out if Carrie is actually hoeing or she just out here looking apart. Because if Whoopi is out there hoeing, I think ugly hoes stand a chance to last longer than pretty hoes. Pretty hoes looking to be saved in these streets, I believe, and these ugly hoes out here actually really working.
Bro, you just proved the point that the pretty hoes gonna get chose
She gonna get chose.
first.
She is.
So listen. With that in mind, just know there are another 9 out of 9 men out of 10 that think like you. So the pretty hoe gonna win every time, and the ugly hoe don't stand a chance out there.
Not long term. Once the hoe been hoeing, the ugly hoe networking resume is going to get out there, and they like, man, she might be ugly, but she hoeing like a motherfucker, and then niggas gonna start giving her, they gonna start fucking with her, and that's so why you think the pretty bitches be fighting the ugly hoes for?
Okay, wait a minute. So that's like not looking at the pretty. That's like not looking at the pretty bitches on Instagram and going to the ugly hoes because the homie told me about them.
Nigga, we been through this shit in high school, bro. We been through this shit in high school. Yo, in the high school, we been through this shit, right? You know, like we're like three bitches were always attacking. I mean, all the pretty bitches were getting attacked inside the inside. It was crazy. Like the pretty bitches were going to attack, and the ugly hoes were going to attack. They were just going to attack on each other. Like it would be a bunch of pretty bitches there, jump an ugly hoe. Then you already know a pretty bitch get her hair pulled and beat up on too. So like they had a constant battle with each other. Niggas be having pretty girlfriends and fucking ugly bitches in their cars and shit, bro. Is You cannot act like this ugly hoe is not pressure on these pretty bitches. You can't act like it. They're not. They really are.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I understand what you're saying, because I had an ugly bitch with some killer sex. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, just like you said, the pretty ones are gonna get chosen first, right? You're gonna have to find out that this pretty one don't suck a fuck, right? You're gonna have to find that out. But you sure gonna find out because she pretty. So once you find that out, you're gonna be like, well shit, I done had the prettiest bitch. What this ugly bitch do? Let me give her some run. And then when you find out this bitch is monster free, you like, oh man, ugly bitches suck it to you. However, on the blade, a pretty bitch gonna have the same skills as an ugly bitch. And then you're gonna find out that the pretty bitches is really worthwhile too. Because
That's true. That's true.
out here that's mostly what's out here is fine bitches. It's man,
That's true.
7 out of 10 bitches out here is like chef's kiss, in my opinion. And like I said, the numbers is high. It's like 17-1. Don't end up like me. You know, I should be on the internet. I'm a public service announcement. Don't be like me. I got 6 kids and 5 baby mamas out here in California.
That shit happened, man.
No, it ain't supposed to happen like that, man. You know, it ain't supposed to happen like that.
Hey, out there in California, definitely the women, weed, and weather.
Man, I don't know. I think Florida rocking with Cali though. I think Florida rocking with Cali. The girls in Florida just have pimples. The only reason why because the girls in Florida have pimples because of all that damn humidity and shit. That's the only thing. They got a pimple face.
No, not hardly. Not hardly. I've been to both states and no.
Well, I never lived in Florida. I visited there not too long, a few years ago. Went on a cruise, left from out there to the Bahamas. But no, Cali is vaster than Florida as far as black people are concerned. From what I can see, from what I saw, you know, and I was born in Chicago, but I was pretty much raised out here. So, and out here, California is like sprawling, and in every city, and the cities all bumped up against each other. They all adjacent. So you got a large, like, you know, per capita of black people, and it's a lot of women. Like I said, you know, all the dudes dead and in jail that killing each other. There's a lot of crime out here, and the gang violence is it's at a high. And the women, they just out. The women is like they like dudes out here though. They hard. I call them thug nigga dudes and shit. They like, whew, they tough. They tough. These women out here is hard. They really hard. But
Cali hoes hard.
Yeah, they hard, man. They rough. You know, being in a relationship with a black woman in California, you damn near feel gay sometimes. Like, damn, like,
Oh no, man, no.
man,
They can't
I'm
be that
telling
damn rough.
hey,
They can't be that rough, man.
these bitches will test your machismo every chance they get.
Hey,
You know what?
he said that like,
Texas.
hey, he said that like a Mortal Kombat game and shit. Test your mic.
I don't know, but these Texas women tough too, though, bro. These Texas women tough too.
Oh, I know. I went to I forget the little strip club out there. It's a BYOB strip club. That's something they'll never have out here. Bring your own booze.
Yeah.
Man, I was so taken aback by that. Like,
We got a
wow.
female coming up on the panel, fellas.
Go ahead.
Tina, what's happening?
Hello, I was wondering. What's his name? Babe Massey.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
How are you able to afford so many child support payments?
I'm not on child support. Hang on one second. I'm not on child support. I hear you. Oh shit.
Lieutenant, did that answer your question?
Oh yeah, I wasn't done talking to him though, but he is on the phone, I guess.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Man,
Fabe.
That was
so
one,
you were never.
That was one of my ones. I'm sorry.
You were never on child support.
Oh no, never. For none of my children.
Oh, okay. So people like you deserve to be arrested and castrated so that you cannot even have that many kids.
Come on, Latina.
Wait. Let her talk.
Come on, Latina.
No.
I mean, what the hell is going on tonight?
Please, let her talk. She making sense.
Okay,
go ahead.
Latina, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't mean castrated. But I mean, did you ever think, damn, I should have got my what's it called? A vasectomy, so that you wouldn't have all the headaches. And then also, so those boys, if you have any boys or daughters, don't end up on the wrong path of life. Because you know what I've said is that I do not ever want to see my children end up on a path to where they're going to be a menace to society. Like, I'd rather be like, God, please take my child right now. You know, if I do not want them to be a burden to myself, like I don't want them, murdering me at night like the Menendez brothers did to like their parents. You know what I mean? Like, people flip, people end up crazy.
What do you want them to do? What do you want your children to end up like?
Well, I would like them to be just as good a person as I am, or better.
Is he a bad person because he has a lot of kids?
Wait. How good of a person are you?
I treat others the way I want to be treated.
Okay, but what makes you a good person?
What was that?
You're saying what you don't do. What makes you a good person? What have you composed of? What components do you have that you possess that deem you a good person? What is that? What
makes me a good person is that I don't go around hurting other people. I help
Okay.
people. I volunteer in my community. Before I had all of my children, I was volunteering at my local library for the local adult reading program, where I was helping adults learn how to read and it was a program designed to like help them get better self-esteem so that then they can go back to work eventually. So they were like, one of the ladies was a Black woman, and she loved me. She was sad to see me go when I had to stop volunteering there. She was living in like a adult home, I guess, where they have like social workers to, I don't know if it's like a safe house or what type of home it was. But
why do you think it was important to point out that she was a Black woman?
Because she loved me. And I loved working with her too. because it's not like
couldn't just a woman love you though? Couldn't just
no,
a woman love you?
no. Well,
She
I
had to
wanted
be
to
a
make
black
a
woman.
point. I wanted to make a point that she was a black woman, and that
I know. I want to
even
know
though
that
I'm
point.
not black, she still loved me. She didn't judge me, and I didn't judge her by her skin color.
She was on the Impact. She was on the Martin Luther King. She was judging. She was judging her by her actions.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. That was enlightening. Yeah. So
But I
I
think
don't
the main thing
understand.
is, bro. I think the main thing is the fact that you got five. You got five. What was 5 kids or 6 kids?
He said 6.
6. 3
He had
boys,
And
3
6.
girls.
did they make you do paternity tests?
Oh no. No, I don't. I'm
So
see. I never stepped away. I don't run away from my responsibilities. I knew what I did. All my children look like me.
I'm sorry. What's her name again? I'm sorry. What's her name again?
Latina
Latina
Patriot.
Latina Patriot. Is it? Do you have? Is your disdain because do you think that he's not able to father those children or look after those children? What is your? Is that your actual? Is that your? I think 'cause she really asked about the child support and how because the child support goes to how you're able to take care and love and look after these kids. I guess even though it doesn't, I think that's what the kind of the
Well,
question was. Are you
well,
able to be in the
we
vibe?
in this society. I know how she came off with that because I'm just supposed to be a wallet. Like you said, Pastor, that's the only way she think I can father my kids is with financial support. Not that I can give them love, the care, and instead of spending my time at a community center with strangers, I spend time with my children teaching them how to read. Me personally, that's what I do. That's what you know. But she wasn't
I
inquiring about that.
think it's
I'm a
more.
wallet.
Yeah, yeah. Fathers are supposed to, take financial responsibility for their kids so that they don't end
Who
up
said I
having to
didn't?
be a
Who said I
burden
didn't?
on.
At what point did you
Well,
hear that I didn't
you
take
did. Hold
financial
on, but
responsibility?
I'm
Hold
gonna
on. One at
I'm
a
sorry.
time. One at a time.
I'm
One at
gonna
a time.
presume. I'm making the assumption that you didn't provide for them and that they were probably on welfare.
Okay,
Because
wait
I'm
a
a
second.
black man.
Wait a second. Wait a
No,
second. Wait a second. Wait a
because
second. Wait a
that's
second. Wait a
what
second.
people.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, so a presumption is different than an assumption. So are you making an assumption?
She know what she's saying.
I'm gonna say that because you were irresponsible having 6 children, that you were not being financially responsible with providing for them, just as you were not being more
Wait.
responsible with where you were putting your seed.
Wait, I'm gonna say something about this. Having 6 kids doesn't make you irresponsible. Okay, whether if it's by 5 people or by one person, doesn't make you irresponsible. Okay, and
It
it's
does.
only
It usually does.
Hold on.
okay.
Let me tell you something.
Wait. Let me. No, I
Vidal.
want to get. I want to get. I
Let me,
want to get this off my.
let me say
Hold
something.
on.
Let me say something. The white man Vidal Sassoon had 9 kids and like 5 baby mamas.
Oh,
Is
but he
he
was rich.
irresponsible?
Well, he was
Oh
rich. He
God.
probably had money.
Okay. Yeah, she a
All right.
troll. Get her
Okay.
up out of
So
here.
let me point.
I'm not a
So let me point
troll.
something. So let me point something out here. It's only until this world, America, to where we start equating money with having children.
That is
Prior to
not true.
that,
That is not true.
wait
That is
a
not
second,
true.
Pastor. Wait a second, Pastor. Because especially when you look at black people, right? Especially when you look at black people. Now, they went hundreds of years without black folks having no jobs. and they wanted us to crank out all the kids in the world. And they paid us nothing for working. Now, they don't want to give us no jobs and don't want us to have no kids. The fact of the matter is this, is that in the world on this planet, you do not need money to take care of kids. That's already been proven. But what children cannot do without, number one, children cannot do without their fathers. That's the first thing. And what's the first thing that society wants to go? Fathers.
Hold on, yo. Children can't go without food. Children can't go without water. Children can't go without shelter.
Hold on a second, Pastor. Hold on a second,
So
Pastor.
that costs money, man.
Wait a second. Wait a second. You can plant food, drink out the goddamn pond. What else? You don't need money for that.
Well,
You
I
need money for housing. You need money for housing and shelter.
There's all the trees in the goddamn world. What else?
If you
protect
hold
the
on,
fathers are needed
the
to
stuff
protect
you
the children.
the stuff you talking about, if you a man, that's a given. If you're a man, that's a given. You're gonna provide food, shelter. You're gonna provide food, shelter, and housing for your children. But if you have reckless women, that have children and try to use them for a payday, they don't have children for family because obviously they have them out of wedlock. So they're not trying to have a family.
I agree.
So
they have
so
women.
How do you hop on here and tell me I need to be castrated?
No, I misspoke. I apologize. I meant vasectomy.
I don't think you misspoke though.
No,
that's American history.
Castrated is something else. That's not the same thing.
Because that's a part of America.
But now
you do know that that's part of America, right, Latina?
Black Lives Matter.
No. I'm asking you a question, sweetheart. sweetheart. You do know.
Family.
So hold on.
To who? Who Black Lives Matter to?
Do you know?
Wait a second. Latina Patriot, you do know that that's part of American history. Castrating black men. You do know that, right? You do know that making black men or turning them into eunuchs. You do know that that's part of American history. Okay, go ahead. Please answer the question.
You wouldn't let me answer the question.
No, I'm saying go. You can go ahead now.
Okay. What I'm going to say is that no, I don't know because I wasn't there, and they only teach small bits and pieces of history in our public schools. They're keeping us ignorant for a purpose.
Yeah, so it's best that when we're talking to people of opposite races, especially when you're talking to black men, there's some definite sensitivity training that you need to take.
No, you don't. Fuck that. Say that shit. Fuck it. Don't say this shit. Fuck it.
Look.
Niggas ain't getting castrated right now. So look.
What are you talking about? Niggas ain't getting castrated. Niggas is still getting home and castrated to this day, Pastor. Now you sound like Wally.
No, they're not.
This nigga over here.
They probably are in certain parts of the country. That probably is happening in certain parts of the country.
No, Latin Patriot, do not let him get away with that shit. Anybody getting castrated in this country, right?
I mean, not in this country. I mean, in parts of the world.
Because parts of the world, yeah.
Yeah, like in certain parts of the world, they are also doing bad things to women when they're little girls, where they cut parts of their sex organs off, and I'm sure you guys have heard of that before.
Yeah, but I get that, but that's why y'all talk. But you know what? The brother don't need to be. He don't need to be castrated or have a vasectomy.
Yeah, like I said, I misspoke, and I said I apologize.
I get that, but even with that, that's fine, and he don't need a vasectomy either, though.
Like I was trying to say,
he don't need a vasectomy. Why get a vasectomy for? Why do that?
I'm sorry, what? Can you slow down a little bit?
Why get a vasectomy?
Okay. Forget the vasectomy. Did you ever want to work things out with one of the women, but they didn't want you because they wanted the free government checks instead of you? Like, did you ever feel like they threw you away too easy?
Ma'am,
See here.
I was
Because you know,
married.
Wait. Here's
Look,
because you know
another
what?
assumption.
Oh,
Here's
I'm
another
sorry.
assumption.
Please, let me finish. Please, I'll be really quick. Fabe, you're a good-looking guy. You seem like an awesome guy. And I wouldn't see why any woman would want to throw you away on purpose. But I'm just wondering, did that ever happen?
But here, wait
no,
a second. Because wait a
I
second,
do
Fed.
believe that.
Before you answer that, here it is again. You just assume that his baby mothers are on public aid, that they're living off the system. You just made that assumption.
It's easy to do that because that's what
No,
a
it's
lot of
not
women.
easy to do that.
Yes, it is.
See,
But
this
it
is the
is
reason
so,
why.
child.
Yes, it is.
I
Child,
mean,
it
I mean,
is.
how?
It is. What you
Okay,
mean?
wait a
She don't
second.
have to use her brain. Listen,
Wait,
she don't have to use her brain. She don't have to
wait a
think.
second.
It's
She
easy to
should.
just
She
assume.
do have to think. She do have to think
Look,
because you live in California.
listen, like she said, she telling you with her own mouth. It's easy not to think, to just assume and presume. She's saying it with her own mouth. Not
So
me.
go ahead.
She's saying.
So go ahead, you guys. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because
Yeah,
in
so like,
California, I live in California too, and a woman can be like, "Oh, I'm pregnant. I'm just gonna go down to the welfare office, and then they're gonna give me cash aid and food stamps, and then I don't need my boyfriend anymore, or my husband. I'll just leave him, And a woman on cash aid and welfare, will be taken care of, and she doesn't even need to worry about if she has a man or not, because she can get
Well,
dick anywhere
none
she
of my kids,
wants.
none of my kids' mothers are on welfare.
I would think that you're lying
All,
then.
Okay.
damn,
all of them.
damn,
And
man,
here it is.
damn.
Wait a second. Wait a second. And see, and that's the reason why I brought this up, Latina. That's the reason why I brought it up. Okay. Because he's
That's
not
the real shit.
lying.
That's the real shit.
None of them are on the system.
All 6 of them, I really doubt
All
that.
6 of them.
Hey, yo,
Okay.
that's a perfect, but that's not a bad, but that stereotype exists for a reason, though. It exists
It
for a
does.
reason.
It exists for a reason, but I'm just simply saying, okay, all guys do not mess with women who are on public aid. Low budget ass women. All men do not mess with those type of women. If you notice, he's an older guy. Okay, he's not a Pookie or Ray Ray, so to speak. I'm still trying to figure out that age group, but he's not a young guy. Okay.
He's got to be in his 40s.
Okay, but still, he's not a young guy. He's not 20.
Hey, I'm the original Pookie and Ray Ray, and and Chad and Tyrone.
I don't know, Chad. I don't even know who the hell a Chad Tyrone is.
See,
But the
so
point is,
you're the original Pookie. That means, you were growing up before things really got bad. But things were
Yeah, I
still
told you
bad.
I was born in Chicago and raised in Compton.
Those are both bad cities. They call
Yeah, but
Chicago black.
that don't make me bad.
So
You ever seen you ever seen vegetation that grow through the cracks of the concrete? That's me. I'm the vegetation.
Yeah, you're the weed. The weeds don't die.
No, he said he
Yeah,
had erosion.
he said
he had
vegetation.
erosion.
She just made him a weed.
Nigga said a weed.
Exactly. You feel
That
me?
nigga said I'm a rose in concrete.
Wow.
She said you a motherfucking
Latina,
No, look.
wow, man.
I didn't look. I specifically left Rose out, Pastor. I specifically left Rose out. I said vegetation. You feel me? I let her choose. She chose the weed like I thought she
chose the
would.
weed. Why?
Yeah.
Weeds don't die.
Why?
No matter how hard you try, the weeds
Golly,
always
man.
come back.
Hey,
The
that's
nature
cool.
of people.
You, no. She sound very angry and bitter. She sound
Actually,
hurt really
sick.
bad.
Actually,
I
I'm very
mean,
Huh?
sick.
Hold on,
You're
I
sick.
actually
Latinx.
am very sick. I have a cold.
So
okay,
Latinx, let me
okay.
ask you
So
this. So have you had
Not to sound
have you
your
had
voice.
deals? I gotta ask a question. Have you ever dated a black? Do you date black men? Do you date black guys?
Oh, I purposely avoided them, but no, they've asked me out. I mean, they've hit on me.
Okay, so they've hit on you, so
No.
No, I
you
would
never
never date.
actually got into a relationship. Okay.
I would never date the ones that asked me. I would never date the ones that asked me.
Okay.
so
So,
She
so
just
but
so
you all no
sound
no
like
no.
your
But you
average hater.
she
She
got
just sound
questions
like
though. She's got questions
she
though
sound like
because
the
I
typical black man hater. She sounds so
well
cliche. You can hear
some
you
of
can
them.
hear her character.
You can
You
hear
can
the
hear the voice.
snot. You can hear the snot stuck in my throat and my
That's
nose. Okay,
pus.
that's what you hear.
That's pus. That's pus
Okay,
and
well,
venom.
whatever. Okay, that's
Right.
pus and venom.
let me
It's
Latina.
called
So
Or
Latina.
common cold.
Wesson oil. Or
All
Wesson
right, all right.
oil.
Let me jump in here. So Latina, you obviously said he's a good looking guy, right? But you came and
I
you
mean,
made a lot. You said something nice about him, right?
I
But
just was wondering
but
if he ever wanted to stay with one of his baby mamas and they didn't want to work things out. Like, did she choose something else over you? Like, were her standards too high? Were they not realistic? And did she, um, like, not consider you man enough? Because a lot of women are doing that to the men these days, and so instead of choosing the man who's a hard worker, she wants a better man than that. And then so she goes out and looks for him, but never finds him, and just ends up like with more kids and all welfare, blah blah blah.
That
Men
sounds
are
like
being thrown away. Men are being thrown away too many times these days.
okay,
I agree. I
I
agree
see
with
your
that.
point.
I agree with that.
are you being sympathetic
Am I being sympathetic to what?
to men being thrown away these
Yes,
days?
I love men. I love men, and I think that children deserve to have a father. And I know that a lot of women use the children as weapons against them to manipulate and control, and you know, uh, just as a weapon.
Well, you
So,
think to
man,
me, you know,
why did you come on with that energy though? Why didn't you come on with that same type of
Um,
sympathy?
I'm sorry. I don't. I'm not really good at speaking. I don't
Maybe because
really.
she's under the weather. Maybe because she's under the weather is the
No,
reason
I
why
mean,
she.
like, I, you know, I don't really talk a lot. I'm more like, I'll like, I was the housewife,
Wait,
but then
I mean, she's
so
great in the
but you got a
chat.
lot to say about black men. You got a lot to say about black men, though. I see that.
I mean, I don't think so. I'm trying to learn more.
Well,
I
you
said
just stated,
earlier.
you you just stated that we thrown away and the baby mamas is on welfare and I'm on child support. Like you had a lot to say.
hey yo, but see, if you think about
I've
it,
looked
yo,
at
that
statistics. I
narrative,
mean,
that
but
narrative, that narrative is being so real easy on
okay,
us because that makes us less attractive.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I see why that narrative is sold on us, bro. I get it.
Let me tell you a really
But
quick
that's what
story.
I was saying.
In 2007, I was in a sociology class, and my instructor asked the class, "Who in California, what ethnicity is the number one on welfare?" Okay. When I said white people is the number one on welfare, the younger girls laughed at me and they thought I was stupid, but they shut the hell up as soon as the instructor said I was correct. Okay. And then when they asked what was the poorest county in all of California, and I also knew that answer, it was the county that I live in. They also laughed at me. The girls also laughed at me and thought I
What
was
county is
stupid
that?
and blah, 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 but I was correct.
What county is
And
that? What county is the poorest county in
well,
California?
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
know what
I don't.
Forest County is today, but
Okay.
I don't know, but but we talked about the statistics, and from the other YouTube channels that I go to, a lot of men are walking away from Black women, and they just say that the stereotypes that are mainstream media these days.
Sweetheart, let me tell you the honest God truth. Sweetheart, let me tell you the honest God truth. Men are walking away, period. Let me say, white men, they
Can
got
you
the
slow down a
MGTOW.
little bit? Can you slow down just a little bit so I can hear you clear?
I said, all men are walking away, period. I mean, if you look at it, there's a Latino MGTOW or Latino group walking away. Now they just had on the news that you have a Asian men walking away in America. The black men, we've been walking away from the foolishness for a long time. Even white guys are walking away. So at this point, the women in general, the women individually are going to have to come with it, because if the men in general are just walking away, doing their own thing, stacking their own money, worrying about themselves, you're going to see a very dangerous society, because you're going to see less family. You're going to see a whole lot of roguish men that's roaming the streets. That may be dangerous, sweetheart. I'm not saying that
I
men are
remember.
dangerous. I'm not saying that
I
men are
remember now.
dangerous, but when men's hands are idle and they have nothing to do
I
and
remember now
everything,
why I
yeah,
assumed that.
See, what you're gonna
yeah,
find
everything.
is
Still,
that what you're gonna
when
find is that it's gonna be like the 1980s
I
all over
remember,
again, just with men with
no,
money.
so I remember now why I said that, and it's because Lyndon B. Johnson, our president, I forget what year it was, but it was the 1960s. You know what he's famous for saying, right? What did Lyndon
Yeah,
B.
Tell,
Johnson say? Can
we,
you
yeah,
please
tell
we,
tell
us.
we,
me?
we, we already know that, sweetheart. We know what he said
But
about the black
can you
women,
tell
and
me?
all, but
Well,
what
well,
we
well
tell
Tell,
you,
tell us what he
just
said.
for the listening audience, what did he say?
Does anybody know what Lyndon B. Johnson said in the
No, okay,
1960s?
yes, we,
for the listening audience, what did he say?
I
What are you
don't know
talking
if they're
about?
going to answer. Wait, are you going to? What? I'm
No,
sorry. What did you just say?
understand something. For the listening audience, tell the listening audience, what did LBJ, what did he say? What are you talking about? He said a
You want
lot of
me to tell
stuff.
them?
Yes, please.
I can't say those words.
Okay, so
yeah, you can,
just
yeah, you can. You said it
give the
before.
No,
Say it.
I don't want to.
give
No,
the
I don't want to say
abbreviation,
this.
or just say the
He
letter.
said, I'm going to have these ends voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
That's not the
Okay,
And
worst
then
of
he
what he
gave
said,
them the
sweetheart.
welfare programs, which displaced the black man. And then now the women, any woman who had a child could depend on the government. And they told her, well, if you want food stamps and medical and cash aid, you have to get rid of your husband first.
That what I'm telling you is that's not technically true, and what I'm also telling you is that wasn't just a black. That's not something that just happened to the black community. He
No,
said something.
no,
He said
but
something actually. He said something actually even worse than that. He said you wouldn't have a leader or you wouldn't have leaders unless we gave them to you. That's actually worse, rather than, because who cares about voting Democrat if you have the leaders that you want in there? So what was actually worse is the leader part rather than the voting part.
I
Talk to
don't know
him.
if I'm following you. I
I'm,
don't
I'm,
follow.
I'm, gonna, I'm gonna get you up to speed, man. I'm gonna get you up to speed. So you can talk about the Democratic Party, but no party matters. The people of the party is what matters. So when he said, "I'm gonna take your
I
leaders," and you wouldn't have
okay.
any leaders unless I gave them to you, that mattered more than the party that he was lying about.
Okay,
Because we've never voted one way, all the way.
so with that policy being passed, it's bipartisan, which means that both the Democrats and the Republicans had to pass that law, these laws that gave welfare programs.
Exactly.
Is that
Because
what you mean?
we've been on both sides, sweetheart, the whole time.
So
Party don't
you
matter
And
no
so
yeah,
more.
you just
it is
so
starting to.
even armed with the knowledge, that here in California, mostly white people on welfare, you jump on here and accuse me and the mother of my children of being on welfare.
The
We
reason
couldn't
why
even
that
get
is,
they
the
couldn't even
reason why
get the
that
benefit of the
is,
doubt.
And I
The
guarantee
reason
you his
why
baby
that
mamas do not
is,
live in that poor county that you're talking about.
the reason why that is because there's more white people. There were more white people than blacks in California.
Hey, Chase, I got a Mexican baby mama, and her ass is definitely not on welfare. Her ass is definitely not on welfare.
Man,
No,
I have a
she wasn't.
Hispanic.
She wasn't.
What?
She wasn't
Go ahead.
before
I'm sorry.
me. She wasn't on welfare before me, and she's not on welfare after me. Nor my child. I mean,
Yeah.
I get it, but nah, sweetheart, ain't even that kind of party. Not all the time.
Same here. Same here. I got
And
a
a lot of the
Hispanic
times,
baby
Same here.
mom.
when
Same
the
here. I
women
got a
are having
Hispanic baby
babies
mom,
as
and she
white
ain't on no
women,
welfare. But I met her at work. I met her on the job.
a lot of women
I
who
met
are
mine there too.
a lot of
Crazy.
women who are having babies out of wedlock will usually go and get welfare
Now,
unless they're
now,
getting
now, now,
child
now, I can
support.
tell you something. I can tell you
Unless
something.
they're getting child support.
I can tell you something. Now, I'm married, and she's trying not to work.
And I was married.
And I was married.
You see what I'm saying? And the thing is, and the one thing that you got to understand is that a lot of these women, they just want babies. They don't want the families.
They don't want babies because they love babies so much.
No.
They
They
love
want babies.
money.
They
These
love money.
prostitutes love money. That's why they have babies. Because they get welfare, they get subsidies, Section 8, subsidized housing, WIC, and
So,
welfare to work programs, discounted college, all types of single mom benefits,
Exactly.
all type
Yes.
of incentives.
hey,
Look,
so
So
Free,
how you jump
free
on
education,
let me
free
ask you a quick question.
training.
Do you know
I
how many
come on here?
sex workers? Do you know how many sex workers actually have children? Do you know? I mean, let me. That's a quick question. Do you know how many sex workers actually have children?
they don't have a lot because they get abortions and stuff like that.
Well, no. Actually, believe it or not,
I'm
most
listening.
sex workers have children. They just don't
Well,
have their
man,
children.
Well,
They
yeah, they
don't
I
have.
do.
seen
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
A
meme.
not
lot
a
of
true.
times
Yeah, they do.
a lot
Hey,
of times they have at least one and they get put in foster care or with a family member as a
I
foster
seen a
child
meme the other
or a
day
guardian.
that said all strippers have a boy, all strippers have a son,
That is
and which is
true.
damn near true. Every
That
every
is true.
every every stripper or sex worker I work bumped into out here, damn near 80% of them have a son. I promise you not.
My sister in law's a stripper. She got a boy. In fact, she had 3 kids.
The two
She got 3
strippers and the
kids.
one prostitute I follow on Instagram got sons.
Well, she dropped off. I hope that Latina patriot. I hope that she didn't feel like
I'm
that we
here.
were
I'm
beating
still here.
her
I
up.
didn't drop off.
Oh, who's that? Okay,
I'm
I'm
still
sorry.
here.
So past the $40. I think his phone probably died. Look, you guys, we are up on a 4.5 hour mark. I don't know if you guys are ready to get out of here, but
Yeah, I got to roll. Because I got to get up and work in the morning.
right.
Did you want to stay married though? Was leaving the marriage like something you wanted to do? Because
No, it
most people
wasn't.
don't want to leave a marriage.
Most men
Most
don't.
men, right? Most men
Women
don't
don't
want.
give
Yeah.
a fuck.
Thing
Women
about
don't
it
care.
is,
Women,
this the
the
weird
man,
thing is most. Oh, you got it, bro. My bad.
the go ahead, man.
Um, most men don't want to leave the marriage, and most women want to leave the marriage. Most men enjoy their life after they finally are done with the marriage. Most women are miserable once they eagerly leave the marriage.
Women should not even have so many rights, in my opinion. They shouldn't even be allowed to vote. But anyways, yeah, we need to be more under the man, and
Well,
like
goddamn, if you ain't a
I've
male
been
chauvinist
told,
pig,
I've been told that like men enjoy having a wife and children to come home to, especially if she takes good care of him, and
You
that they
do
want, and that they
want
want.
Absolutely.
It helps give them something to like live for.
True, but when
let me put this on your mind. Let me put this on
Called
your mind.
purpose. That's a man's purpose. That's what that's called. That's our absolute DNA. That's our core nature. That is
Yeah,
what we've been
because
put on this earth to do.
men will
Y'all be
fight
fucking
wars
it up,
and
though.
die for their women and children.
But when you separate that from men and children, no. This has to be said. That is very true on one side of the game. But on the other side of that coin, when you separate men from their women and children, and the relationships can't go right, and the children can't be raised by their dads, and they got to go here and go there, and this can't, and the babies just can't be with their father like they want to. Trust me, men disconnect, and disconnected men, it's a dangerous society. Tell you, it's a very dangerous society.
Very
I
dangerous.
don't think so. I think it's dangerous though. I believe disconnected men will be less distracted because me, I can attest. I was distracted a lot in my life. I've been in I worked retail, I had my own business before. So I've been in the public eye a lot. And like I said, out here in California, you run into a lot of beautiful women. And for me, it's like a kid in the candy store. And sometimes you can't help yourself. But I'm not like, promiscuous or nothing. I have been sexually reckless. But I don't blame me. I blame them because I don't bring kids to term. So I do take care of them. I'm active in their life financially as well as mentally and physically. I'm there
Well,
for my
in a
kid.
lot of these manospheres is I think what they call them. They do talk about like since you're a little bit older, than like the 20-year-olds. Do you guys ever mentor the younger ones and tell them, hey, don't be doing that? You should, stick with this one job, quit moving job to job, and what field to go into?
Well, let
No,
me
I do
answer
not
that.
Wait a
tell them
minute.
that. Okay, you got it.
Let me answer that. We want to tell the younger generation, but they don't hear shit that we gotta say. Reason why is because they've been raised by their mamas.
Yes.
So there's only two. So there's only two groups that can tell them what to do: either their mama or the government. And the
The
government
government is
really,
set up right.
the government
The
really don't
government
set them
is set up.
straight until. Hold on a second. The government really don't set them straight until they're in lockup, and then maybe, just maybe, they'll get some act right. But even when they get out of lockup, they still don't have no act right. And by that time, they're gone. They're lost.
Well, I
The
don't tell
government is
these.
set up to take to oh god, what was I going to say? The government is set up to make sure that the fathers don't have the children, and Jesse Lee Peterson recommends that the children not be raised by the mothers,
At all.
and I agree with that.
At all. I mean, the absolute poison.
Well, the
I
thing
mean,
about it is the government doesn't
these
know what to
women these
do
days
though.
are on a path for destruction. Go ahead, Pastor.
The government doesn't know what to do though. Though the man, the thing about it
Oh yeah, the
is
government know what they're doing. They know what
they
they're
don't.
doing.
Well, no, I don't think they know what to do. I do agree that they know
No,
what they're doing,
it's
but
part of the
they don't know.
plan. It's part of the plan. They're
Sweetheart,
doing this on
sweetheart,
purpose.
that's a narrative, and trust me, I get it. I get your narrative, and trust me, I'm in this fight. This as deep as you is. But the thing about it is, the men have had custody of the kids, but men gave up the custody of the kids. The government only do what the people will allow it to actually truly do. And fathers did have custody of their kids, and there was no child support system. Fathers created this system. It's just backfiring on us, and you know this to be true now.
No. Fathers did not create this system.
Yes, we
Lawyers did.
did, bro.
Lawyers did.
Lawyers and fathers worked together to create this system because it would have been
How
broke
so?
down
How, Sway?
because
How?
because fathers wanted to make more money than be with their kids. This goes directly into what's my brother? What's my brother name?
Fade. Fade Massey.
Faye. Yeah, Faye.
Oh
Check this
man.
out. Cause what he said is, I do more than care for my kids just financially. He said, I read to my kids. And, I do more than care for my kids financially. I read to them. I spend time with them. I play games with them. So the thing about it, when we gave up our custody, we said we would just be the bank. That's what happened, and the Warriors caught wind of it. We fucked
Nah,
that up a long time ago, bro. Yes,
nah,
we did.
nah,
Hey,
nah,
Man, yes,
yeah,
we
nah.
did.
look
Actually,
here, look here, Chop. My ex-wife, her son, the dad was off the hook because he paid support, not through the court. He would give her money directly, but he wasn't active. I was more of the boy's father than his dad was. And you know what I used to call it? He paid to stay away. And that's what Pastor talking about. The court figured out that these men will pay to stay away. And they like, ooh, it's a racket. Let's run it. That's what happened. That's
That's
real
what
okay, so check
spill.
happened.
this out. Oh, okay, so check this out. All right, I heard both you guys. Prior to the whole what is it, the tender years doctrine, men used to keep their families even when the woman decided to leave because it was his family. Then they started coming up with the tender years doctrine and other things the lawyers did and other measures to start chipping away and prying the family out of the man's arms. That's what they
That's
did.
not what happened,
The
bro.
other thing that they did was because men used to keep their kids, and then by way of the tender years doctrine, what they started saying was, okay, here's what we'll do. From the ages of 1 to 4, we'll start giving the kids to the mother instead of leaving them with the dad. Right? Even Mississippi didn't want to. Even Mississippi, all the way up to the early 2000s, they used to say that women could not get a divorce if she was pregnant. That she had to stay married until after she had the baby, so that way they
What?
could do a DNA test and all this other stuff to make sure that it was the dad's or not, because then the child will have to go with the father.
Okay, so what
So,
happened
so,
was
so
men
wait.
started.
Let me finish. And then child support came along. Then child support started coming along, I think in the 1960s. And what happened was men were saying, I still want to be with my kids. Fuck child support. I'm not paying her nothing. She's not even bringing me my kids. She's not even letting me go be in my kids' life. All the way up to the point to where they made a movie about the shit called Falling Down. Okay? How working men want to be in their kids' lives. So this whole pay to stay away thing, I understand that because a lot of guys just used to pump and dump and just go ahead and let her have a kid, and then they just leave. Right? A lot of
That's
guys
not.
used to do that. Go out for a pack of smokes and never come back.
That's not true, man.
But the family guys wanted to be there. So which group of guys are we actually talking about?
So we're talking about guys in general. The family guy still had to make commerce. And a lot of times when the family guy and his wife split up, he would have to make commerce, make money still. So he would have to travel out and make money. So he would always send money back to the women and children. This is not a foreign concept at all.
It's it's not, bro. But check this out. But that's when the man, when the wife would leave or they get a divorce or something like that, the man would he would do one or two things. He would get his mother, and he would have his mother move in with him, or mother, auntie, sister, somebody like that, a woman in the family, or he would hire a nanny.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all. Those
Bro,
kids were
yeah,
left with
because
those.
even in this,
No, it's not.
because even in this, okay, because even in the
Those
60s and
kids were. Those,
70s,
don't know
white
before
men
you
used to
do.
hire
No,
black women to do that.
that's way. It was way before that. That's not happening at all. Trust me, it's not
Okay.
happening at all. The only difference. This has always been going on where men would leave and send money back to their children. The only thing that has changed is the access. That's the only thing that has changed. The only thing that has changed is the access. That
No,
same guy that would leave and make. Okay.
possession changed. Possession changed.
You're right.
Men used to have
Possession, because
possession of
those are
their
still.
families.
They were still his kids. He just was gone and could send money back to him. They were still his kids. You're right. But then they turned around and said, well, since the kids are mainly with her and you're going out and making money, now she can be considered the conservator. You're right. Possession change. So now he does not have complete access directly rather than he did historically. I get it, but men have always lived and did commerce and sent to their children. It's just flipped for its actual possession by law because, like we were telling you, the government got hip to game.
I dig that.
These men. Okay, go ahead. You got it.
I dig it. But here's where we're at. We're at 4:35, right? I'm not about to hang out with you niggas all the way until 5 o'clock in the morning. So we're gonna go ahead and shut it down. Pardon shots.
Thanks.
Go ahead,
Night.
Latina.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay.
Good conversation with y'all. Y'all have a good one. All right.
Take care, sweetheart. That's all you got, Pastor? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys for hanging out with us. Thanks to Wacky and all the other panelists. Pastor $40, Latina, Alice, I believe. We touched on a very touchy subject tonight. And that touchy subject was race and women. And what should we do about it? Right? Trying to come up with who's doing what out here in this world and how it's affecting us socially. And is there anything, if any, that we could do about it? Yes, the conversations got a little bit heated. Yes, it kind of turns into a little bit of a debate. However, at some point, we got to be making some better decisions. At some point, we got to call a spade a spade. As we know, sex working, it's a very risky profession. And a lot of times, so is dating. What's equally as risky? Try getting married. It's a shame that we do not promote having good relationships in America. It's a shame that we don't promote us treating each other well. And that I think that we are actually pushing for the day that one group is not going to be looked at above another. Because, y'all, we are all in this together. So, that being said, this is Brother Man. I'm out of here. Peace. And I'm gone.